second day of my session. As a part of today's session, we are going to talk about quantitative data analysis using Jamovi software. Before talking about Jamovi software, let's try to understand what is qualitative analysis and one of the important component, what is hypothesis, how to frame the hypothesis, and how to choose right statistical test, and what are the different types of statistical tests we have it. In the process of choosing the right statistical test, there are a couple of important concepts one need to understand. So for the next 45 minutes, we are going to have a theoretical understanding of quantitative data analysis. And for the next 3 hours, we are going to have a discussion on how to use Jamovi. So it is going to be hands-on practice. I believe that the scholars, those are interested, you might have downloaded the software. Okay, I already shared the Google Drive link with the organizers. Please check that particular Google Drive link, and you can find a lot of sample data sets and very important reading materials I have shared with you all. Okay, so this is what for today. For the next 4 hours, quantitative data analysis using Jamovi software. Okay, I would like to acknowledge various scholars, maybe in terms of their presentations, their reading materials, or data sets. I'm going to use it as a part of this particular sessions. And especially, I would like to thank the John Creswell for his contribution in the area of quantitative data analysis point of view. Okay. Next, come to the strike point. Yesterday, I didn't give any definition of research. Okay, but I mentioned that there are so many definitions. But if you look at the definitions given by one of the scholars, research is a careful and systematized effort of gaining new knowledge. It is a careful and systematized effort of gaining new knowledge. So what exactly it is a careful and systematized? Now, if you're going to conduct the research, there are important steps one has to follow. And if you're able to fulfill the steps in a proper manner, you can able to gain the knowledge. And people can depend on the knowledge, and you can see the transparency and reliability of this knowledge. So there is another scholar, Clifford. Research comprises of defining and redefining the problems, formulating hypotheses or suggested solutions, collecting, organizing, and evaluating data, making deductions and reaching conclusions, and at last, carefully testing the conclusions to determine whether they fit the formulating hypothesis or not. Now, when I'm talking from the quantitative research point of view, for me, the main objective is to see whether the kind of assumptions, the kind of hypothesis that I have it, I'm able to check the conclusions, what are conclusions are talking about it. I'm able to determine the kind of conclusion that have framed it. Am I going to reject the null hypothesis? That I'm going to alter or expand or reject the null, refine the theory, refine the hypothesis? So what is the conclusion of it? When it comes to the inferential statistics, we are going to frame the hypothesis. Whereas when it comes to the descriptive statistics, we only describe what you observed, what you collected data. Whereas when it comes to the inferential statistics, you want to generalize with the rest of the findings. So you are going to frame your hypothesis. So hypothesis is one of the important concepts. What is hypothesis? Hypothesis is tentative assumption drawn from your knowledge and theory, which is used as a guide in the investigation of other facts and theories that are yet to unknown. Means you are coming with some assumptions which is unknown, which is not yet proved, which is not yet confirmed, but you have that assumption in your mind, and you have some query, some kind of guess. You are guessing something, maybe looking at the existing research or existing theories, and you want to validate, you want to test it. So the results are not yet known, and you are going to conduct the study, and you are going to come to the conclusion. Okay, it's a tentative assumption. A tentative statement about something, the validity of which is usually unknown. Hypothesis is a predictive statement capable of being tested. If you are framing a hypothesis, most important part is that whether are you able to test it, are you able to conduct it, what is the feasibility of the test, can you able to conduct this test in terms of statistically, in terms of feasibility, in terms of resources, okay, whether it's very broad, whether it's very narrow, okay. Capable of testing bare scientific methods that relates to an independent able to some dependent variable. So there is a, you're going to come up with some prediction which is capable of being tested by using scientific methods. So are you using any kind of scientific methods? Let's take, for example, here a couple of examples. First grade girls will show better reading comprehension than first grade boys. Now, when I'm framing this particular hypothesis, first grade girls will show better reading comprehension than first grade boys. Now, what is the problem here? What is the, how can you consider as a hypothesis? How can you consider as a hypothesis here? Is it a hypothesis? Hmm? First grade girls will show better reading comprehension than first grade boys. Now, as a part of the hypothesis, we should have some variables and there should be feasibility of conducting study and it should be tended to assumption. So there are a couple of important points. We should be able to conduct the study and you should be able to see that there is a relationship or association or relationship, cause and effect relationship. You're able to see the relation between a couple of variables. So what are the variables here? I can see there are one independent variable, dependent variable like gender. I'm looking at the first grade girls will show better reading comprehension than first grade boys. So we are talking about gender. We are trying to compare between girls and boys with reference to the reading comprehension point of view. Okay. Now, if you look at the second hypothesis, it is hypothesis that children who are shown a video with mild violence will be more aggressive on the playground than those who are shown a similar video without the violence. If somebody is coming from psychology background or in general sociology, social work background, I'm sure you might have gone this kind of theory. We have certain theories in psychology. If you're showing some serious or very violent video, and it is going to have impact on children's behavior, how they're going to, how it's going to have impact on their behavior in terms of aggressiveness. And you just want to conduct the experiment. You want to see the difference between two groups. For one group of the students, you are showing the with aggressiveness, lot of aggressive, lot of violence video. For other students, other children's, without any kind of violence, you are showing it. And just you want to understand how they're going to imitate, how they are going to present their behavior. So that is can be one hypothesis. Hustlers use more alcohol than non-hustlers. So this is another assumption. Educated women have more adjustment problems after marriage than illiterate women. Can be whether is there any scope for conducting the test? Is there any relationship? Is there any feasibility of conducting the test? One has to see that. Upper class people have fewer children than lower class people. So just you can able to conduct it. Job satisfaction decreases as working hours increase. Now, this is just what is meant by hypothesis, small examples. Okay. When to frame hypothesis? One can frame hypothesis early in the research process before going for data collection, before framing your research tool. You're going to come up with some assumption while finalizing your research objectives. You're going to frame your hypothesis. There is early stage of your research work. In order to guide you, in order to give the proper direction. While preparing the research tool, you'll get some kind of scope. What would be the scope of your research? What kind of data that you're going to collect? What are the variables that you're going to include? Are they going to include independent variables, dependent variables? The kind of variables that are included. By using that particular variables, are you able to justify your research purpose? So hypothesis is going to help you in terms of giving the direction, in terms of understanding the scope of your work, in terms of the kind of data that you're going to collect it, right? And it follows completion after literature review. Basically, it will come after once we complete the literature review. So you're able to come up some assumptions as you are expected to thorough with the existing theories, existing literature. It is very essential in studies aimed at investigating relationship between variables. I just want to understand what are the motivating factors influencing employees to continue in an organization for a longer period of time. Okay, I just want to see which are the factors. Are they leadership style, work culture, or pay, or like certain variables like permanent type of the job, nature of the job, like profession. So just want to see some relationship, or associations, or comparisons, or cause and effect relationship. If my purpose is to examine relationships, associations, predictions, right? In that case, I'm going to frame my hypothesis. Important for research involving testing theories or predicting outcomes. As a part of HR analytics, I just want to know for the next academic year, how many employees are going to be promoted? How many employees are going to be terminated? How many employees need to be hired? Looking at the current AI revolution, what kind of workforce we need to hire? What is the turnover? We need to improve it. So if you want to have any kind of predictions, if you want maybe in terms of forecasting, in terms of number of employees, or in terms of return, in terms of getting the projects, or if you want to test theories, for example, Karl Marx, he was talking about Marxism, right? There are so many scholars. John Rawls' theory of justice, he was talking about social justice. Professor Amartya Sen, he's talking about capability approach. Name it any domain, discipline. We have so many theories, right? I just want to theory because the theories were developed or contributed 1 year back or 10 years back, 100 years back. I just want to know with the current generation, with current age group, or current geography, where I'm living on it, with the current conditions. I just want to test it, whether that particular theory can be applied. Okay, I just want to test it. That way also can be useful, like resource dependency theory, social learning theory, right? Name it any theory. If you have some theories in your mind, and if you look as a part of your research, if you want to test it, definitely you are going to frame hypothesis. Commonly used in experimental and predictive research, like whenever you want to conduct an experiment, or if you want to come with any kind of predictions design, we have to frame your hypothesis. So that is also another important mandatory part, when to frame your hypothesis. Coming to the sources of hypothesis, we generate hypothesis by going through the secondary literature or understanding existing theories, going through the empirical review. Though you may have some real life experiences, I have some curiosity, but I also need to have some backup support. I need to have some theories, some concepts, directly and indirectly. I would be able to connect it, right? So previous research is going to help you to frame your hypothesis, how it is possible. Let's take, for example, here, look at this particular. There's a study on brain drain in Kenya. Brain drain in Kenya is increasing. Every year, about 50 professionals migrate abroad due to unsatisfactory working conditions. This brain drain is different from previous shortages because it involves not only fresh graduates but also seasoned professionals. So we are actually these are looking at the review of literature. We are uh, locating the problem. We are identifying the problem with the help of the existing studies. We are also giving a citation. This crisis in the professionals industry requires innovative solutions. So we are able to identify the problem, and we are also trying to look at the solution. One innovative solution may be a less structured leadership style, such as steward leadership. You are taking some quotations, you are explaining what is steward leadership is all about it. This qualitative case study, after explaining the problem, after explaining the solution, this qualitative case study, look at here, this qualitative study will explore perceptions of professionals in Kenya about steward leadership as a strategy to elevate or reduce factors contributing to brain drain among professionals in the Lake Basin region, in particular geography. The data to be gathered in the study may provide leaders with information relating to how they may address mitigate factors contributing to current brain drain. Now, looking at the problem or looking at the solution that was given, the researcher wanted to collect the qualitative study. So the purpose of the study, the kind of solution you got it, that decides whether you're going to choose qualitative or quantitative here. Now, as for this particular, the problem of identification and the solution to this, the researcher felt that they want to go with the qualitative case study. Let me go with the second one. Identity fraud is one of the fastest growing crimes in America. Okay. And in 2003, at least 7 million Americans were victims of identity fraud, an increase of 79% from 2002. The nation's system of 14 personal identification and verification failed to stop 19 by 11 terrorists, and according to 19 by 11 investigations report, some of the 19 hijackers of 1911 attacks had fraudulent identification, passports, and other travel documents. Seven of 19 hijacks promptly obtained and used driver's license as identification to broad commercial aircraft. Driver's licenses can still be obtained or made fraudulently, are also still used as a de facto form of national identification. The 19 by 11 Commission report recommended using an NBIC system as a more reliable, secure means of fighting terrorism. One associated problem of 19 by 11 com- and 11 Commission's recommendation is that various civil liberty advocates oppose the use of compulsory NBIC, arguing that compulsory use of NBIC may have a potential to deprive citizens of their civil rights and invade individual privacy. So we are able to identify the problem, we are able to look at the solution where it is coming up. The purpose of the research study will be to examine the motivational factors necessary for the public to use voluntary NBIC as a more reliable and secure means of preventing identity fraud. To fulfill this purpose, a quantitative research study will survey students, faculty, administrative personnel, and employees of two community colleges in Los Angeles County, California. Now, one can able to draw the purpose of the study from the problem that I identified, the kind of solution that you are able to look it out, and you are able to come out with what is the purpose of the study. That is going to help you to decide whether you're going to have qualitative or quantitative. Once we have some clarity with whether it's going to be a quantitative and qualitative, then you are going to see, okay, if it is quantitative means you are going to come up with, it's going to be based on objectivity. You are going to look at the existing theories. You are going to choose either descriptive study, cross-sectional study, longitudinal study, experimental study. Yesterday we discussed about if it is based on qualitative study, you are going to have subjectivity. You're going to take entire context as a whole. It is based on inductive reasoning, in-depth narratives. And when it comes to the approaches, we're going to choose phenomenology, grounded theory, ethnography, case study. Now, that will give you the clarity whether you're going to test the theory or you are going to develop the theory. Yesterday we have discussed about it. Okay. Application of theory, like for example, hypothesis and access to justice. If I'm working on access to justice related, the existing legal frameworks and judicial process don't significantly enhance the capabilities of marginalized communities to access justice and resolve disputes effectively. Now, I'm able to come up with this one based on after going through a couple of theories, existing literature. I'm able to frame my hypothesis. Right? What is the key difference between hypothesis testing and hypothesis generation? Hypothesis testing, we are going to confirm or reject the predefined hypothesis. It is going to be based on deductive approach. It begins with a clear hypothesis, and we are going to have statistical test. Okay. Hypothesis generating is completely reverse. Yesterday we have discussed is all about what is qualitative research is all about it. Okay. A good hypothesis should be reasonable, and it must state defining terms like relationship between variables like association, relationship, cause and effect relationship, right? What is the measure of the differences that you have it? If you're not able to look at, if you're not able to see any kind of terms like association, relationship, comparisons, cause and effect relationship, it means you're not able to frame the correct, right hypothesis. The wording of hypothesis is very important. The wording of hypothesis, like the kind of words that you're going to decide, the kind of word that you're going to frame, like cause and effect relationship, influence, impact, association, comparison, that is going to help you what kind of hypothesis, what kind of statistical test that you're going to use it. And lastly, it should be testable, and it must be you are getting the hypothesis from the previous studies. Okay. There are two types of hypothesis. Generally, we frame null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. We always frame that there is no existence of, there is no significant difference, there is no significant relationship, there is no significant association between the variables that are selected it. Whereas when it comes to the alternative hypothesis, it is going to be opposite. We always frame that there is no, there is a significant relationship, there is association, there is a relationship between the variables. Okay. What are the characteristics of the hypothesis? State a relationship between two or more variables. There should be minimum two variables in your hypothesis. Okay. We're not saying that they must be independent and dependent variable, but there must be two variables. Okay. It's stated affirmatively, it not as a question. It must be as a affirmatively must have stated. Can be tested with empirical evidence. There should be scope for conducting the test with empirical evidence, like collecting data from the field. Most useful when it makes a comparison, association, relationship. States how variables, multiple variables are related. Theory or underlying logic of relationship makes sense. If you are using certain theory, that will help you to come up with the right hypothesis or correct hypothesis. Now, coming to the testing of hypothesis, there are different procedures. We have 5 steps if somebody want to test the hypothesis. First and foremost thing is one should be able to frame the hypothesis. Step number 1, you should be able to frame the hypothesis like null and alternative hypothesis. As I already mentioned, null hypothesis talks about there is no significant relationship, there is no association. Basically, you are saying that they are equal. Okay. Once you are able to frame the hypothesis, you are going to select the level of significance, whether it is a 90%, 99%, 95% level of significance. And you are going to identify the statistical test, test static, and you are going to come to the decision based on the p-value. Okay, and you are going to come to the conclusion out. Let's see. When it comes to the framing, we'll see one by one, step by step here. Okay, we are going to see all the 5 steps one by one right now. If my objective is comparison, when it comes to framing my null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, if my objective is comparison as a part of my study, if I'm going to see the comparison between, like no difference in mean mile time between non-athlete and athlete prisoners. Let's say, for example, in our participants, I can see there are 153 faculty members or scholars we have. I just want to conduct the test. I just want to know how many of you belongs to athlete category, like sports, okay, athlete and non-athlete category. I just want to see difference between, I just want to conduct the running competition. The people belongs to athlete category, are they going to run faster than the people non-athlete category? Like I just want to compare, I want to see the difference between very close to us, all of us, academic performance index. I can see that we have professors, we have associate professors, we have assistant professors. I just want to compare between whether assistant professors are performing better than professors, or professors are performing better than the associate professors. I just want to see the comparisons. Okay. So in that case, I'll go, my purpose is comparison. I'm going to use t-test. I'm going to use ANOVA test, right? If you're going to have comparison related, if purpose is comparison, you're going to frame hypothesis like this. No difference in average academic performance index between male and female employees. Let me give you another example. No difference in mean academic performance index between professor and assistant professor. Whereas when it comes to alternative hypothesis, we always say that there is a difference exists. But if my purpose is relationship, like for example, no correlation between knowledge test score and calcium intake. I just want to see, I can see, I'm sure definitely some of you might be professionals, not only in academics, you might be in other domains, right? But in general, I'm looking at it, okay. No correlation between annual increase in salary and annual expenses. So I just want to know whether there is an increase in, is there any correlation between annual income and annual expenditure? Like I just want to see relationship between demand and supply. If there is high demand, for petrol, fuel, and what is the supply? Whether petrol and supply is demanding, or I just want to see the price and demand, supply and demand. Depends on the context, depends on your requirement. If you want to see correlation, the number of people purchasing bread packet in departmental stores, are they going to buy the egg basket, eggs? Okay, I just want to see the relationship. I'm not seeing cause and effect relationship here. I'm not seeing any cause and effect relationship. I just want to see, is there any relationship? The relationship does not tell you that cause and effect. Okay. So when it comes to the relationship, you're going to conduct the correlation test. We have Pearson correlation, Spearman correlation test. But if you want to talk about cause and effect relationship, then one has to conduct the correlation test. Effect, like no effect of income on longevity. No effect of income on longevity. Like for example, I want to see whether meditation is having any kind of impact on uh, labor process, like whether are they having pre-delivery process or complicated cesarean process or complicated labor process, number of hours sitting in the classroom and its impact on your blood pressure or its impact on your concentration level. So just if you want to see cause and effect relationship, you're going to have regression type. So the purpose of the study decides how you're going to frame your null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis. So as I mentioned yesterday, as I mentioned, I'm also mentioning today, the type of the words, the type of the terminology that you're going to use while framing the hypothesis, that can be, your supervisor can be able to clearly understand what kind of statistical test that you're going to use it. Okay. And your the type of terminology that you're going to use in hypothesis, the kind of test that you're going to conduct in the actual project, if they're not aligned, if they're not connected really, it means something you have done wrong. Okay. You always need to be clear. Your title, your objectives, your hypothesis, and your findings and conclusions, are they aligned? Are they talking about same thing? Are they talking about, are they telling different story? Okay. Like a title of the movie is something and actual movie is something is talking about it. Right. That should not be the same. What is your research objectives? Like as I mentioned here, comparison, relationship, effect wise. Accordingly, this is an example, like a group A, group B, group C. I just want to see the comparison. Whereas when it comes to the relationship, if one variable increases, other variable increasing or decreasing it. Okay. Like for example, one more example. Is there a link between our studying and exam score? If somebody is studying around 1 hour per day for the entire semester, or somebody studying last 10 hours one day. So is there any relationship between hours studying and exam score? Okay, that also can be seen. Further, you can also see when you're talking about statistics, like there are different kind of statistical tests. One is comparison based, association, relationship. But within comparison, within the inferential statistics, we have parametric, non-parametric statistical test. Okay. Now, the type of variables that you have it, that is also going to influence how we are going to use, how we are going to select the statistical test. For example, I have two categorical data. Let me talk about the levels of measurement here. I'll talk about the slide, then I'll come back to you. Okay. Levels of measurement. For example, I have shared one questionnaire. I have already shared one research tool. As a PhD scholar, as a faculty member, you might be collecting data by using the tool. Okay. Tomorrow I will talk about how to design the scale. Though today I'm not going to cover, but tomorrow I'm going to talk about it. How to design the scale, how to conduct the validity reliability tomorrow. But today, let me talk about the tool, research tool. I have prepared my tool. Imagine that I have around 30 questions. If it is a quantitative research study, whether it's 30 questions, whether it's 100 questions, you are going to have 4 types of data in your research tool. I'm saying again, as a part of your research, as a part of your quantitative research, if you have prepared your research tool, whether it's a 10 questions, whether it's a 5 questions, whether it's 100 questions, if you're going to look at the type of the data it is, there are 4 types of data you're going to have in your research tool. One is going to be nominal data, like what are the data if you're going to classify in the form of specific categories, like gender, like type of university, private university, public university, like central university, state university, deemed university, urban area, rural area, like religion. Hindu, Muslim, Christian. If you're going to categorize like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, like cricket team, right? If you're going to classify the data in the form of a particular label, particular classification, without any order, okay, that is known as nominal data. That is known as nominal data. It is not having any particular number, okay, and you don't have any particular order here. Whereas when it comes to the second one, ordinal data, it is going to have categorical, like we are going to have classification plus ranking, like first rank holder, second rank holder. Let's take for example, I just want to see SSC, intermediate, degree, educational qualification. I have senior employee, junior employee, middle level employee. I have higher income, low income, middle income categories, right? Superior, junior, right? Senior, always we have in our institutions, senior employee, junior employee, senior faculty, junior faculty, right? Which generally we face it a lot of time, right? Now, if you're going to have this kind of order, this kind of ranking, this is known as ordinal data. And most importantly, we also consider Likert scale as also ordinal data. Now, some of you may not accept, some of you might be having a different view, whether Likert scale can be considered as ordinal data or interval data. So the debate is never ending, and I will not going to start with that debate. So there are equal amount of scholars considers Likert scale as a interval data, and same amount of scholars they consider ordinal, it is considered as ordinal data. So there is no right now, there is no ending for the debate. So as a researcher, you have choice. Mostly it is going to be ordinal data. You can consider ordinal data. Okay. And nobody can say that you're wrong, you're right, whether you see our interval or ordinal data. Okay. Now coming to the interval part, equal intervals, whenever we have equal intervals, in that case, we are going to consider as the interval data. Ratio, like for example, height, whenever we have decimals, whenever we have continuous data, ratio, like my height is 5.8. Somebody is 6.8, 6.6. So in that case, ratio, you're going to put it like how many children do we have? I have two children. So discrete and continuous data. So there are four types of data we have: nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio data. Now, there are four types of data. It's very clear. But when it comes to the statistics are concerned, we consider nominal and ordinal as a categorical data. We consider nominal and ordinal as a categorical data. We can call it as a qualitative data. Whereas when it comes to the interval and ratio data, we consider as a metric data. We call it as a quantitative data. We call it as a scale data. I'm repeating again. Nominal and ordinal data, we call it as a categorical. We call it as a qualitative data. Whereas when it comes to interval and ratio, we call it as a scale data, metric data, or quantitative data. Now, having knowledge about the levels of measurement, types of the data in your research tool, that is going to help you how you're going to choose statistical test. Let's take for example here. My purpose is describing, and my purpose is summarize. Okay, I'm going to use mean, standard deviation, otherwise mean, median, frequency, cross tabulations. I'm going to use. Okay, mean, frequency. My purpose is comparison, and if comparison, yes, independent groups, yes. If there are two groups, like I'll go for the t-test. If there are more than two groups, I'll go for ANOVA. Okay, if it is repeated, I'll go for paid test. If it is related to prediction oriented, relationship oriented, I'll go with the regression test. If it is categorical data, I'll go for the chi-square test. Now, having knowledge about levels of data is going to help you in terms of what kind of statistical tests that one can you choose it. Let's take for example here. If you have two categorical data, one variable with the two categorical data, another variable is continuous data. In that case, I can go for independent sample t-test. I'm repeating again, one variable categorical data, another variable is continuous. I'll go for independent sample t-test. But in case I have two category. One is categorical data. Another one is also categorical. Two categorical data I have it. Let's take for example. Let me put it. If one continuous data, one categorical data, I'll go for independent sample test. But both variables are categorical data, I'll go for chi-square test. Okay. Next one. One categorical data, there is more than three variables, more than two variables, and continuous data, I'll go for ANOVA test. ANOVA parametric, non-parametric classical value test. Okay. Here also, if I have two categorical data, even more than two variables, I'll go for chi-square test. Both variables are continuous. Like this is also continuous. This is also continuous data. In that case, I can go for PSN correlation test, linear regression test. If I'm going for non-parametric test, I'll go for Spearman correlation test. So having about knowledge about levels of data, levels of measurement is one of the most important aspect. How it is going to help you to choose type of statistical test that you're going to conduct it. Okay. So this two consider as categorical data. This two consider as a scale or metric or quantitative data. Okay. Next, step number 3 is done. Step number 4, once we decide your sample p-value, whether you are going to have, what happened to my mouse? Mouse. Looking at the p-value that you're going to choose, whether you're going to have 95% confidence, 99% confidence. So that is going to help you to choose p-value. For example, I'm looking at my p-value should be less than 0.05 level of significance. I'm going to reject the my null hypothesis. In case p-value is going to be greater than 0.05, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. And if it is p-value is less than 0.01, that is 99% level of rejection, highly significant effect, we are going to reject our null hypothesis. So p-value is the smallest level for which null hypothesis is rejected. If it is greater than 0.05, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Nowhere we are going to write we are accepting our null hypothesis. We are going to say that fail to reject the null hypothesis. Final verdict, calculate. We are going to calculate p-value and we are going to see if it is statistically significant, reject the null hypothesis. If it's not statistically significant, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Okay. And you're going to come to the looking at the output. We are going to talk about it. We'll see later on after installing the Jamovi. I believe that we must have installed the Jamovi, right? See, in this particular case, if p-value is less than 0.001, therefore we reject the null hypothesis. And confidence interval level, students are roughly 1.5 inches taller on average. Okay. Now, coming to the statistical test choosing, we have descriptive statistics, we have inferential statistics. When I talk about descriptive statistics, like we have measures of central tendency, like mean, median, mode. We also have frequency, count, percentages. We also have variations, like variance, standard deviation, range. This all comes under descriptive statistical test we have. Okay. Whereas when it comes to the inferential statistical test, where we are going to frame our hypothesis, we are going to test our hypothesis for conducting the inferential statistical test. So within inferential statistics, we have parametric, non-parametric statistical test. If you're able to fulfill the assumption of certain test data requirement, you'll go for parametric statistical test. If you're not able to fulfill the assumption of certain data requirement, certain assumptions, we'll go for non-parametric statistical test. Okay. So we'll see what are the assumptions, what are data requirements for each statistical test. Okay. So the difference in terms of terminology before going to Jamovi, I just want to highlight once again. If your purpose is comparison, the means of two groups are equal. The way you're going to frame a hypothesis. If in an alternative hypothesis, the means of two groups are not different. Okay. ANOVA correlation regression. Please open your Jamovi. I request all of you to please open your Jamovi software. This is my YouTube channel. I already shown you yesterday. You can scan this QR code if you're interested to subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can find Jamovi. You can find NVIVO. You can find Atlas TI, Systematic Literature Review, Max 2DA, Smart PLS. So this is my YouTube channel. Just check it out. This is my upcoming course. I'm one of the resource person. I'll be talking about structural equation modeling by using Smart PLS. And I'm providing 1 month license for Max 2DA, professional license. So it is for 1 month. So this is all about the promotion from my side. Okay. Please open the Jamovi. Any questions before going to the Jamovi hands-on practice? Any questions with reference to the? I just covered over. I just given the overview of the what is quantitative study. Please let me know if there are any questions. In the meanwhile, I request you all please open your Jamovi software and data sets. I already shared the Google Drive link with you all. I'm not sure how many of you are going to work on Jamovi hands-on practice, but I have shared a good amount of sample data sets. I've shared good amount of sample data sets and a good reading material. If there are any questions on theory part, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll start with the Jamovi. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. I'm just opening Jamovi. So this is the application of Jamovi. I'll open. If somebody want to download the Jamovi software, I have already shared the instructions video. I already shared the instructions video yesterday, even today. But still, if you're not able to trace it, if you want to install it later on, just type in Google Jamovi desktop download. Jamovi desktop download. Let's see what it is. What is the specialty of the Spectre software? Now, there are so many statistical softwares we have it, like SPSS. SPSS is another popular. I can say that very popular software, but it is very expensive, very costly. Most of the colleges and universities, they can't able to afford to have SPSS software. Okay, and as they keep updating the versions, even if you're going to buy today, maybe after 1 year, after 2 years, you can see change in terms of certain versions. Though you can use the old version, but at least you can see some changes in terms of versions, some updates. And moreover, it is very expensive in terms of purchasing the software for your PhD scholars and students' point of view. Whereas when it comes to Jamovi, it is a free and open source software. It is a free and open source software. At any time you can install, at any time you can uninstall it. Okay, and you don't need to spend single paisa. One can use Jamovi for analysis, for teaching, for doing a statistical test, and it is a part of the R software. But only thing is, best part is that you don't need to learn coding language. You don't need to learn coding language. We don't need to learn coding language still. Okay, and you can see that if you can able to download the desktop, you can download it. Otherwise, you can also work with the cloud. But I suggest you to download the desktop so that you can able to see time to time, because we don't know whether how people are going to use your data if you're going to install in the cloud. So Jamovi desktop is a best option, so that it will be it is very convenient, very comfortable for you in order to work on it. Okay, and you can see a lot of information, a lot of guides, testimonials, access user guide, how to use Jamovi software. Okay, now if you want to install it, just click on Jamovi desktop here, products, I'm not going to show you how to install it right now, but these are the basic instructions. If you want to install the JavaMovie software, click on the products. There's an option called JavaMovie Desktop. Now, once you click on the JavaMovie Desktop, I got a couple of applications like 2.6.44, that is the current version. 2.7.30, it is the latest. This is the current version, okay? But instead of going with the current version, because there's still some experiment is going on, don't install current, install solid version. Install solid version. Once you decide it, whether it is a solid version, and you also need to see whether operating system is Windows. Some of you might be using Mac. Some of you might be using Linux. It depends on your university. Some universities are using Linux. Okay, depends on your operating system. You can able to see whether Windows or Mac. If, for example, I'm using Mac, sorry, Windows. Windows, I have to go with the solid. Just click on the solid version. And you can see start downloading software here. Very simple software. Actually, I have already given the instructions. And I also shared the YouTube link how to install it. Okay. Okay. Just let me close it. Now, this is a JavaMovie software. I just opened the JavaMovie software. Now, just look at the interface of the JavaMovie. You can see that we have one data set, like just like Excel sheet. We have one window. On the other hand, right side, we have open window, right side, open space. So there are two windows I can see. Whenever I'm conducting any statistical test, I can see one more window. Right now, whenever I open my JavaMovie software, I'm able to see one sheet just like any other Excel sheet, just like a SPSS spreadsheet. I have one window. On the other hand, I have data window, right side of the window. Okay. On the top of the window, we have ribbon bar like file. I can open there are three horizontal lines on the top left side. You can see that there are three horizontal lines. If you click on this particular three horizontal lines, it's just like a file ribbon bar, like a new, open, special import, save as. The specialty of this particular project is that I'm using JavaMovie, but my supervisor is having SPSS. My supervisor is having SPSS. Okay. Now what I have to do is there is option called export. There is option called export. I can export my JavaMovie file in SPSS so that my supervisor can able to access it. I am working on JavaMovie. My supervisor neither having SPSS nor JavaMovie. So I can send him in CSV format. I can send him R language. I can send him PDF document. I can send him source file. I can send him starter file. See that how one can able to export the data that you are currently working by using JavaMovie software. Okay. Right now, I just want to save this particular project. Save as demo 23rd May. Okay. I'm just saving this particular project. While saving it, you can see the file extension. It is .omv. It is showing .omv, just like .doc doc, like Excel file we have, SPSS file. File extension is .omv. Okay, I'm saving this particular file, demo 23 May. Just click on save. You can see that my file is saved and title of the file is demo 23 May. Okay. Now on the second ribbon bar, we have variables, like a number of variables that you have it. You can enter the variables. You can edit the variables. Thank you, Sukanya. Thank you. Happy to see this. Okay. And you can see the edit the variables. We can make the transformations and you can delete the variables. Okay. And next one, we have data. One can able to see the entire data that you have it as a part of your program. And similarly, one can delete, one can edit, one can transform the variables. And coming into the analysis, whenever you import the data, whenever you install the Jamovi software, you are going to have basic statistics like exploration, where we are going to have descriptive statistics. We are going to have t-test, ANOVA t-test, like one sample t-test, paid sample t-test, independent sample t-test, ANOVA family, entire family of ANOVA, okay, and entire family of regression, correlation regression, okay. You can see that the entire family, correlation regression means advanced level statistics, and we have frequencies, we have chi-square test, okay. And you can also conduct the factor analysis like principal component analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, and you can also test the reliability of your scale. Apart from that, you might be having up to this much portion. You might be having up to factor. But I want to do some advanced level statistics. Of course, regression is there, like simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, principal component analysis, exploratory factor analysis. But still, I want to do more advanced level statistics. So in that case, what you can do, you can go to the right side of this particular window. As you can see on the right side of this particular window, there is option called modules. There is option called modules. You can see on the right side of the window. Just click on the particular modules, and I'm able to see there's option called Jamovi library. Jamovi library. Just click on it. The moment I click on the Jamovi library, it's showing the list of the modules or softwares are available in Jamovi. Now, as you can see, if I scroll my cursor down, I can see so many advanced level statistics I can install as a module in my Jamovi. Whenever I install, for example, here, right now, those installed along with me, you might be seeing on your window, exploration, t-test, ANOVA, regression, frequencies, factor analysis. But there are advanced levels. For example, I don't know, some of you might be coming from healthcare background or pharmaceutical background or in general, intervention studies related. There is a concept called meta-analysis. Even in general social sciences, humanities also will conduct the meta-analysis. If you want to conduct the meta-analysis, there's a module called major. There's a module called major, like a funnel test. Okay, we can able to prepare the meta-analysis with the help of Jamovi. The concept, that module name is major. Similarly, I want to do structural equation modeling. Like for example, go to Jamovi library. Here I'm going to search. I want to conduct the SIM, structural equation modeling. I don't need to spend single paisa. For example, my university is spending around 1 lakh rupees or 1.5 lakh rupees buying spaces. But if I want to go for advanced level statistics like structural equation modeling, I have to pay again one more software like Smart PLS. I need to buy one more software like Smart PLS for conducting structural equation modeling. But if I'm going to learn Jamovi, I don't need to buy any other software. I don't need to learn any other new softwares. Jamovi is enough. Like for example, I want to see mediation analysis, advanced mediation models. I want to see moderation analysis. I want to see advanced chi-square test tools, right? So name it any tool, you'll find it. What are the statistical tests we have it? And for example, here I want in right now, I just want to install the structural equation modeling, SIM, okay? Structural equation modeling, just click on install, installing module. See, now let me hide it. SIM, structural equation modeling is installed on my Jamovi interface. Similarly, I just want to install mediation moderation. Currently, I'm working on one paper, consultancy paper, mediation, advanced mediation model. I just want to do it. You just go and install. Just look at here. Mediation moderation here. Mediation moderation. You got it here. So as many softwares as possible, you can start install it. Everything is free and everything is perfect and you don't regret. And there are so many scholars started using the high level, top level institutions started conducting studies with the help of Jamovi because it's completely free and open source software and reliable software. and most of the publications are looking at JOMOV as a proper tool for conducting any kind of statistical test we have it. Okay. Now, this is the interface of JOMOV. Next, please come to the data. Just click on data. What you're going to do is we are going to have uh, like as you know that many of us are we are collecting data by using online Google form, right? So I'll also discuss if you're collecting data by using online form, how one can import the data. For example, if you're collecting data by using Google form, mostly it will come in the form of CSV. You are collecting data with the help of online surveys. How one can import that particular data and you can start working on it. And if I want to enter the data because I have used hard copy for collecting data, now I'm just asking, I'm hiring some people to fill the data like in a JOMO software. Okay. Now here, how to enter the data manually? How to enter the data manually? Just let me go to the slide here. Please look at this. I have shared this particular tool with you all. Just imagine that this is your research tool. Okay. Generally, what we'll have age. Sometimes we'll give the particular class interval. Sometimes we simply ask, what is your age, right? And profession, like we have own work, government job, private, and income. And we also have certain kind of Likert scale questions. So we have different types of questions. Whether we have in this particular questionnaire, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 questions. Whether we have 7 questions, whether we have 700 questions, in quantitative study, we are going to have only 4 types of data. That is nominal data, ordinal data, interval data, ratio data. Okay. So the type of data that we have in your research tool, one should have clarity. Let's say, for example, here, I have nominal data like gender, male, female. I have ordinal data like educational qualification. I have height like it is a continuous data. These two are considered as categorical data. These two are considered as a metric data or scale data. Okay. Now having this particular knowledge about levels of data is going to help me how I am going to enter my data in JAMOVI. How having knowledge about this type of data is going to help me how I'm going to enter the data manually. Let's take for example, let's enter it. Ms. Sukanya, you can unmute yourself. I'm not able to understand the question. I have already shared sample data sets with you all. Okay, once we install the JAMOVI software, are you able to open the JAMOVI software? Mubin Taj, can you unmute yourself? What it is, sir? How to go to this available? What it is? Your sentences are not clear to me. If you can able to unmute, unable to unmute. Okay. Just type clearly what is the problem. So are you talking about the data, Google Drive link? Are you talking about the installation of JavaMovie? Google Drive link, I have shared with Professor Benis. Are you there? Let me share once again here. I have shared the sample data sets here. Please find it in the chat box. I have shared the sample data sets. You can find it in the This is the Google Drive link. You can find it. Okay. Okay. Right now, you can have that Google Drive link, and you can download the sample. I'll tell you which file you have to download it. Okay. Right now, I just open the sample file. I just open the simple Jamovi software. Right now, for the next 15 minutes, we don't require sample data sets. Just open the Jamovi software. Here I can see that there's an option called ABC. I don't want to have ABC because we have questions like this. We have questions like gender, educational qualification, height, age. Okay. Now I just want to delete it, age. So in order to delete it, keep your cursor on the first row. That is, select the click. Just click on A, right click. There is an option called delete variable. Just click on it. It is asking, do you want to delete column A? Yes. Similarly, select column B, click on delete the variable. Okay. Column C. Now what I do, instead of deleting it, I want to make edit. For example, I have made some mistake while writing variable name. I want to edit the name. So what I'll do, I'll keep my cursor here. Double click on it. I'll repeat once again. I don't want to delete column C. I want to edit it. So what I'll do, I'll keep my cursor on C. Double click. The moment I click on here, I got the data variable. Here I'm going to type serial number or questionnaire number. And what type of data it is? It is a nominal data. Serial number or question number is nominal. Okay. So here you can see that there is an option called ID. It has given specific measurement type. When it comes to the questionnaire number, serial number, we have specific identification, ID number. Just click on ID. And data type, it is integer because we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers. It is an integer. Next, either you can click on this particular arrow button, or you can click on this particular second column heading. I'm repeating again. I'm able to make difference. I'm able to change the column title like serial number. I have changed the name, the measurement type, and type of the data, that is integer. We have 3 types of data. We have integer, we have decimal, we have text. Now, what type of data it is? ID is an integer, like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers, right? So it is an integer. If we have decimals like 5.6, 5.1, 5.3, like that, that is called decimal. If we have in the form of text, then you will choose it as a text. So it depends on the type of the data that I have, you can choose it. Gender, integer, okay? Next, click on next. It asks me what you want to do. Whether you want to enter the new data? Yes. What type of data it is? This time I want to write gender. I want to type gender. And type of the data it is nominal data. Yes, nominal. Now it is going to be integer or text. Now you can choose. It depends on the context that you had. For example, here I'm just entering here like 1, 1. Let's take here I'm entering 1, 2. As a part of my data entry, I just entered 1 to 3. 1 to 3. What is meant by 1? What is meant by 2? Just click on here, just gender. Here I'm going to, as the moment I typed 1, 2, I got 1, 2 levels here. Here I'm going to type 1 means male, 2 means female. Further, if you want to add anything, for example, I want to add transgender. Just click on the plus symbol. So I need to enter 3 first of all. 3 means transgender. Transgender or any other. Okay. Just click enter. Type transgender. Trans. Now here, if I type here 3, it will come to transgender. Now, instead of typing 1, 2, 3 here, if I type male 1, male, female, transgender, let me show you another way. Go to the next one. Here, I'm typing area. I'll do it in reverse this time. Nominal data. Instead of integer, I'll select text here. I'll type here urban, rural. Okay. Now come to this particular portion. It is showing urban, rural. What is meant by urban? What is meant by rural? Earlier, we have given 1 plus 1 for male, 2 for female. Here, for urban, we have to give 1. For female, we have, sorry, for rural, we have to give rural. Just click enter outside. I hope you are able to see how you want to see, whether you want to see like male, female, transgender, or you want to see 1, 2, 3 like this. That way you can able to decide. Here I'll put it like integer. Then I'll enter 1, 2, and I'll go back here. I'll enter 1 means urban, 2 means rural. So you can able to see what is meant by 1, what is meant by 2, what is meant by 3. Now there is one small pin here. Generally you can see there is a small pin. Whenever you're entering any data, whenever you're coding the data, if you are going to click on this particular pin, even by mistake, if you delete the data, your data file get corrupted. This particular coding part is not going to get disturbed. By mistake, if you delete any of the data, you don't need to recreate, you don't need to code again data. It will be there as it is. You might be deleting entire data, but coding won't go if you click on this particular pin button. Okay. So that is a plus point of the having this particular pin and coding it. Okay. Next one, we have educational qualification, new data variable. So what type of data it is? It is ordinal data. And I'm going to give integer, like I'm going to type 1, 1, 2, 3. So 1 means UZ, 2 means PZ, 3 means PhD. I hope the scholars, those are practicing along with me. Am I going very fast? Please let me know. Is it clear so far? The scholars, those are practicing, doing hands-on practice. Is it clear so far? Shall I go ahead? Okay. You can repeat after gender. See, after gender, I just want to go with the another column, right? Either I can click on this arrow button. So I'll go to the next column. Okay. Otherwise, I can directly come to this particular column. I can click on it. Now, the moment I click on the blank column, it is asking whether you want to create new data variable or you want to make certain data transformation techniques. Right now, I just want to click on new data variable. Okay. So for that, I can click on here and just click on new data variable. So new data variable will be open here. Okay. Next one, we have height. So next one is height. It is a continuous data, and it is a continuous data. It is going to be decimal. It is going to be decimal. Like we are going to have height 1.5, 1.6, 56.5 inches, 5.6 square foot. Some depends on the whatever, whether the square foot, square yards, inches, centimeters. Depends on the context. If it is going to be decimal, you can click on the decimal. Like for example, I'm asking how many children do you have it? 1 child, 2 child. Then we'll go for the integer. Okay, depends on that. You can choose it. Age. Let's say for example age. Here I'm going to type age. Age is going to be continuous and it is going to be integer because we're going to type what is your age, like 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, 70, whatever it is. Okay. If you look at here, there's an option called description. Now, I'm the PhD scholar. I know I have some understanding about Jamovi. I'm going to use my own. But I'm a PhD scholar, but I need to consult some subject expert, or maybe I need to consult my supervisor, or I need to explain to my doctoral committee members. Okay, there are my doctoral committee members are asking share your Excel file or data file. Now, if I have some respondents like age of the student, I have both respondent, age of the student and age of the parent. So I need to define description of age. If you can able to write one line or a sentence, the other person can able to understand. If it is my own data, I can able to easily understand it. Okay, I don't need to worry about it. But other person may not able to understand what is my data is all about it. So if your description is required, you can able to write the description. We can add the levels. You can add the levels. So only thing is you need to write the text first. Either you have to add the first you have the numbers, or either 1 to 3, or you have to write male, female, transgender like that. Either way can follow. Okay. Either way, I have shown you two methods. For gender, I have shown you first typing 1 to 3, then giving the code 1 for male, 2 for female, 3 for transgender. In urban, I have shown you first typing urban rural, but only thing is it will show 1 to 3. It won't show one means urban, two means rural. So I just want to see what is I want to see the classification. So that is the reason what I will do. I'll type 1 to 3 first, then I'll give the coding here. Okay. So here description is very important part. If you're going to send it to your any subject experts or outsiders so that you can able to see that. So they'll understand it. Missing values, there is a possibility that some of the respondents may not able to answer. They don't want to answer some questions. And if you want to recognize that missing values, you can add missing values like 9, 999, just in order to identify the number. Okay. Just click on close it. So this is how we are going to enter the data. Then you can save it, and you can save as, and you can send it to your supervisor. If you're going, if you want to send it to your supervisor in a form of CSV format, click on export. Just CSV format, you can able to save it. You can able to save it in SPSS format. There are a number of options are available here. Okay. So this is all about how to save the project, how to create a project, how to enter the data manually, how to enter the data manually. Now, I just want to import the data. I already collected by using online form, Google form surveys. I am not doing enter. I'm not entering the data manually. I just want to import the data that I have collected by using online surveys. Okay, like for example, I can see there are around 180 participants are here. Okay, 182. All of you filled Google form while submitting your registration form. Okay, I just want to download that particular Google form. I just want to know all of your background, like your academic background, your number of years, subject background. Okay, your email IDs, contact number, everything is there, right? Just because you fill the form, Google form. If I want to import it, just go to the on top or left side of the window. There are three horizontal lines. Just click on three horizontal lines. There is option called import. There is option called import. Now it's asking whether you want to import from this PC. I can also go to open. I can also go to import. Either if you go with the open or if you go to import, there won't be any issues. I'm repeating again. If I want to import my online survey form, I can go to three. I have two options. One is I can go to open. This PC means my PC, my laptop. But I don't have any data with you. I don't have any data. So I can click on data library. I can click on the data library. Jamovi is giving some sample data sets. But right now I don't want to use Jamovi library data set. I want to give my own data set that I have given to all. Okay. So just click on this PC and click on browse. Click on the browse. If you look at the sample data set that I have given to all, I'll open my Google Drive link. These are the sample data sets I have given to all. Okay. There's a file name dataset GNLU. There is a file name dataset GNLU. I just want you to all download this particular data file. Okay. So I just want to trace it. Where is this particular file? Okay, dataset. Sorry. Dataset GNLU, there is a file. I want you to all download it. Survey particular file. Click on open. Click on open. Just maximize it. You can maximize the window. Now let's try to understand what kind of data we have it. Go to the variables. I can see we have serial number, we have age, gender, occupation, education, marital status, total family income. Okay, these are the variables. Come to the data. In the data, we have serial numbers. We have serial numbers. Now, the point is that I have collected data by using Google Form. I'm importing that data. Now, after importing that particular data in my job movie, whether that particular data is ready for conducting statistical test? No, that data is not ready for conducting statistical test. There is a requirement of data cleaning. There is a requirement of giving proper input to the job movie. Let's talk about cleaning of the data. Like for example, if I'm simply asking the respondent, give their age, everybody entered 22, 20, 30, 30, 25, 36, 27. Some people write it. They used to write, my age is 20, TWNTY. So you need to correct that particular data. Okay. Now coming to the gender, here you are seeing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, for example, somebody writing, you are giving option. If you are giving tick mark, male, female, that's fine. But if you are giving, asking them to write it, they belongs to male category, female category. I'm writing M-A-L-E, M capital letter, M-A-L-E. Another person is writing small M-A-L-E. Another person writing all capital letters M-A-L-E. So when it comes to the data, it is going to consider all three are different answers, responses. It won't consider capital letter M-A-L-E, small letter M-A-L-E, one capital and the remaining small letters are M-A-L-E are same. Three different words it is going to consider it. So one has to clean the data. That is also most important aspect. Similarly, if you have questions like occupation, like what kind of occupation they have, like for the sake of simple understanding, like we have assistant professor, associate professor, professor, senior professor, director. Okay, imagine that there is a position. Assistant professor, again, small letter, big letter, capital letter. So these are all things one has to clean. There should be uniformity for the entire data that you have collected it. Otherwise, you can see a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors you're going to commit it here. Okay. Educational qualifications, marital status, family income, whether somebody is going to write it, comma, 12,000 rupees. Somebody going to put it full stop or a slash, hyphen. So everything one has to check it out. One has to clean the data. That is the most important aspect. Okay. Second point, after cleaning the data, if you look at here age, I can see there are three bubbles. It means Jamovi by default it identified it as a nominal data. But age is a nominal data? No, it is not a nominal data. It is a continuous data. Just double click on it. Just double click on it. And age is a continuous data. And it is integer, so there is no change. It is a continuous data we need to make. The moment I change it to, you see, it came to scale data. Similarly, serial number, it is ID. So we need to make the changes. We need to give the right input to that. Gender, yes, it is a gender. It is a nominal data. It is integer. But it is mentioned 1, 2. 1, 2 means what? So here we need to type 1 means male. 2 means female. Okay. Now you can see that I'm able to make changes. Similarly, occupation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it an occupation? We have classifications. Now, for example, if I'm asking occupation in terms of doctor, lawyer, engineer, then it comes under nominal data. But if I'm having like a level of position, like assistant professor, associate professor, that is called level of position. That comes under ordinal data. See the small change. See the small change. Occupation, like doctor, engineer, lawyer, police, these are all comes under occupations. There is a nominal data. But if I'm saying that assistant professor, associate professor, senior professor, this comes under ordinal data. So type of the variable name itself is changed. So instead of occupation, I'll write position. Okay. And it is going to be ordinal data. And one means assistant professor. Please make changes. Those are working along with me. I'm not sure about other members at the day in the session or not, because we don't have any questions and we don't have any response from any one of them. These scholars, those are practicing. Please make changes and let me know if there are any questions, if there is any requirement of repetition. And third one is professor. Fourth one is, you can write it as a senior professor. Fifth one, you have choice, as you can mention as the head of the department or director. You can mention. Position, okay. Now you can see that head of the department, professor, senior professor, associate professor, ordinal data, okay. Education level, again, is ordinal data. So I don't need to discuss. Marital
Yeah.
status.
Sir, can I just clarify a doubt?
Please, madam, please.
Um, Sir, we are doing these numbers, right? We are giving one, two, or one, two, three in the column, and then we are feeding in the text. No,
Yes,
what
yes.
is the significance of that? Instead of giving, I do understand that some may give it in capital. All the difference could be there, but any particular reason why we do that?
See, at the end of the day, we are all going to conduct the statistical. For example, you have collected data from 100 people,
Okay.
right? And I just want to know 100 out of 100 people, how many people are belongs to assistant professor category, associate professor category, right? One is, it first at the time of data collection, it makes easy for the people to tick mark it if it is a quantitative study.
Okay.
Instead of making them to write it, they're going to tick mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Okay.
Second one, if you're going to give the chance to them to write it, there is a possibility of a lot of mistakes, a lot of there is won't be uniformity. So there is a extra work, extra burden for you as a scholar, as a researcher, while entering the data in
Mm.
any software. Okay. Third one, if you don't able to clean it, your data, you can't
Mm.
perform any statistical test, because out of 100 people, it will show assistant professor in 3 or 4 places, just because one capital letter, one small letter.
Mm.
Okay. So you are not able to prepare your analysis. See, it will take only 10 minutes, but if you don't clean your data, it will take even 30 minutes, 40 minutes also. And every time you have to rework on it. Okay. The and I don't know whether I answered it or not. Most important part is that you are asking about why you are giving one for male, two for female. There's a
So
question.
basically, we are giving
Coding,
one and two
coding
as value, sir.
values. Yes. Uh-huh.
So one and two is a value. For that value, corresponding text we are giving.
Yes, we are, because these are the attributes we are measuring them. Okay.
Okay.
Out of
Again, the doubt here, one more doubt is, sir, now education position, we clicked ordinal as the measure
type
type,
of the data. Yeah, yeah. Measure type.
right?
Yes.
And then data type integer we are giving.
Mm-hmm.
But then we are feeding in professor, senior professor, which is a text, right?
No, actually, first we entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have given the label.
So that is just a label.
Label,
So,
yes, yes, label, yes, yes. It
okay.
makes it makes easy my data entry. Instead of typing every time assistant professor, if I give my input one time, assistant professor, one means assistant professor, two means associate professor. Let's say, for example, here, out of 50 respondents, here I'm
Uh,
typing H.
Mm.
Here I'm typing HOD. What like I said, like assistant professor. It is going to see what it is going to, like not here. Like 5 I'm typing here. 4 I'm typing here. 3 I'm typing here. 2 I'm typing here. 1 I'm typing here. So it is going to, I don't need to type entire full word coding part of it. You got it, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, in your data set, you have this kind of categories of the people,
Yes,
and you're
sir.
going to
So then where will we use,
quantify.
sorry, sir. So where will we use the text as the data type, sir?
I have repeated. Let me repeat once again here. Data label. Here I have just shown you rural, urban, area wise. Nominal data. Here I'm going to put the text here. Here I'm going to type rural, urban. Okay. Now what happened here? Here when I'm giving the coding, rural means 1. At the end of the day, as a researcher, we have to give the coding. That is compulsory, right? Now, the moment I complete the coding part here, it is showing me 1, 2, 3 responses. It won't help me to understand what is meant by 1, what is meant by 2. Always. If there are 5 categories, 1 means what? Is it professor, assistant professor, assistant professor? I won't be able to understand. But if I can able to see the text in my data, it is easy for me to understand 1 means rural, 2 means urban. Now, let me, for example, here, if I am typing here, rural, let me type here. It is going to consider as 1. If I'm going to type it urban, it's going to consider as 2. But can you able to understand what is meant by 1, what is meant by 2 at any time, every time? Though it is your own data, you are hanging around 20 variables, 30 variables. So it is always better to make first integer, then enter the data, coding the part. So you can able to see this way, your data set.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, total family income. It is a continuous data and it is integer. Okay. Now, these are the different types of how to clean the data and how to make the changes in the data set. Okay. Data transformations, like some of the important inputs we have to give to the job movie. Okay. Just now, just click on save. So what are the changes we have made it? If you want to save it, you can save it on your desktop. Okay. You can save it on desktop. Now let's go to the first one. Descriptive statistics. I just want to conduct a single frequency, cross tabulations, mean, median, and all. Okay. So in order to conduct the single frequency, mean, median, just go to analyze. Just go to analyze. Click on exploration. Click on exploration. There is option called descriptives. There is option called descriptives. Just click on descriptives. Now I just want to know out of my respondents, like how many respondents are there? I don't know. How many people belong to male category or female category? I don't know. I just want to prepare the single frequency table. Okay. I just want to prepare single frequency table. So I selected gender. I selected gender. Either I can drag and drop it here. That is one option. Second option is after selecting the variable, just click on this arrow button. Just click on this arrow button, gender. Okay. Now the moment I selected it, you can see the right side of the window. I got the descriptors. Here, there's an option called frequency table. Now, as you can see, there are 3 windows. This is spreadsheet, data spreadsheet. This is a processing window. This is the output window. Okay. Now, as I now need this one, I can make changes. It is very flexible. It is very dynamic. So I can make changes here. Gender, I have prepared a frequency table. There are 30 respondents. Out of 30 respondents, 26 people belongs to male category, 34 people belongs to female category. And it's also percentage in the form of percentages it is giving here. Okay. Now I just want to copy it. Just right click, whether you want to copy it, whether you want to export it. Just click on copy, open the Word document, open the Word document, just Control V. And you can also make changes. For example, I want to, instead of count, I want to write frequency. Okay. So I just want to make the table heading. That is also possible. Table one, gender distribution. Distribution of gender, distribution of respondents by gender category. So whichever the title that you have it, you can able to give it. And you can also make changes. So this is one option. Okay. So this is called single frequency table. Now, similarly, I just want to see the education. See this, it's very dynamic. Generally, if you go to SPSS, you have to open another output window. But in the same window, I'm able to see the results. In the same window, I'm able to see the results. Right now, it's showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We didn't give in any coding. 1 means what? Whether it's SSC, 2 means intermediate, 3 means degree, 4 means PhD, PG, 5 means PhD. Just because we haven't given the coding, it's showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like Professor Sukanya was asking, if I'm not giving the labels, what is going to happen? So it will come like this. Now, as a reader, I don't know what is meant by 1, what is meant by 5. So what I can do, I just go to my data set. I'll come to the execution. 1 means SSC. 2 means plus 2. 10 plus a plus 2, what is intermediate? UZ, PZ, PhD. Now see here, we got the variables. Now look at the output here. Here I made changes. It is completely dynamic here. You don't need to do it reversely. You don't need to conduct once again. Whatever changes I have made in my data, it is going to be reflected immediately here. PhD means there are 12. There are 5 means 12. Sorry, 5 means PhD. And we got 16 candidates. The people belongs to PhD category. Right? So this is one. Now at a time I want to import. At a time I want to copy all the. So just right click. Whether you want to copy all, whether you want to copy individual files. So you can able to choose it. Okay. I can also export it. You can also remove it. That is also possible here. This is a single frequency table. Now, when it comes to the descriptors, just go to again exploration, descriptors. I have some for these particular variables like education, gender. I also wanted to prepare some charts. Only one limitation. What is limitation with the Jamovi is that we don't have many chart options like in Excel or SPSS. If you want to see some kind of chart options, like for example, plots, I'll show you one window. Mhm. if you look at most of your master degree dissertation students, okay, when if you look at your PhD, some of the PhD scholar dissertations, thesis, they randomly blindly choose pie chart. They don't know why they opted for a particular chart. They don't know why they have opted for a particular bar chart. Is it right, wrong? What is the purpose of the chart? We don't know. When it comes to deciding type of the chart that you want to choose it, there are four types of purposes. Like are you looking at the relationship? Are you looking at the distribution? Are you looking at the comparison? Are you looking at the composition? Now, the four types are going to influence what kind of chart that you're going to choose it. Like, for example, I want to see when Virendra Sehwag, of course, is a previous generation batsman. When Virendra Sehwag is batting it, what is the current run score? When he completed, when Rahul Dravid or any other persons are doing the batting, I just want to compare between two different batsmen or two different teams or two different countries. Right? I just want to see comparison point of view, or I want to see some kind of composition. Like I just want to see the relationship, like increase in supply and demand, like annual expenses and annual increases. I just want to see religious communities like Hindu, Muslim, Christian in the population composition. So I just want to see the trends, like year of establishment of startups. So type of the purpose is going to decide whether you're going to go for this is called scatter plot. And if you're going to have more two variables, scatter chart. If you're going to have three variables, this is called bubble chart. If you have one variable, single bar chart. If you have two variables, variables with column chart. Okay, multiple bar chart. And if you're looking at the trend, it may be match, it may be cricket IPL score trend. If you're looking at the line chart, and you can also see the few items histogram. Now, the point that I want to say here, one is purpose of the study that is going to help you to choose what kind of statistical test that you're going to use. Second one, type of the data that you have it. If you have categorical data, if you have categorical data like nominal ordinal data, you're going to choose bar chart. If you have quantitative data, either you can go for histogram, either you can go for box plot or QQ plot. So it depends on the type of the chart that you have it, you're going to go for. In Jamovi, right now, gender is a categorical data. Educational qualification is a categorical data. So we have only one choice when it comes to Jamovi. Just click on bar plot. You can able to see. Another limitation is that you can't make any adjustments. You can't make any much beautification that generally we can do by using the Excel sheet. There are so many advanced level softwares, AI tools, but the specialty of the Excel is that you can make it how much or beautiful you want it, how much changes you want to do it as a part of Excel sheet. So even today, nobody can able to beat Excel, especially with reference to preparing the charts. I'm not talking about statistical test because for statistical test, you need to remember the formulas. But with reference to the charts, Excel is even today it is in top ranking. Okay. So this I can able to import, I can copy it, I can able to export it. Okay. That is one. When it comes to the descriptive statistics, like when you have frequency tables, like categorical data, you can only prepare bar plot. Now I have here, next time I'm conducting age. This time I'm conducting age. I have quantitative data, age. Here I got mean. Here I got the average mean, median, standard deviation, minimum age, maximum age. In addition to further, if I want to conduct any test, I can able to conduct it. Okay. But we already got it, mean, median, mode, minimum, maximum, we got it. Okay. If I want to prepare the plots, I have option histogram. I have option histogram. Look at here. It shows the distribution of the data, like from age distribution, starting with 22 to 56. 22 to 56. There are a couple of age categories we don't have in our data set. Okay. In Jamobi, we have there's another popular Within the histogram density, it shows the help of the curve, like how the curve, it shows the distribution of the data. We also have box plot. Box plot, generally we use it to understand whether are there any outliers in your data set, whether we have any outliers in your data set, like from here to here 25 percentile data, from here to here 25 percentile data, like midpoint, mid value, median value. Okay, from here to here 50% of the data. If there are any outliers, if there are an extreme numbers either at the bottom or the down, box plot is going to help us to identify the outliers may disturb the normality distribution of the data. Okay, within the box plot there is special unique plot is violin. See here, it shows how data is distributed here. This particular portion is very wide. It means data, more data is here. This is very narrow here. There is no much data here. And again, here we don't have much data. It shows there is another one, data, jetted and stacked. This is called stacked. Simple point is, it is simple box plot chart. Okay. There are different types of box plot charts. Here I can able to identify the mean. This is the mean. The square, this is the mean. This is the median. Okay. And normal QQ plot, there is another option. It is also help us to understand whether our data are distributed normality or not. This is the diagonal line. As you can see, this is the line. Our data clustered surrounding this particular line. If there are any deviants, it will show deviant. They must be away from the data. They are clustered surrounding this particular data. It means our data is distributed normally. If there are any deviants, it shows outside of this particular line, very far away from this particular diagonal line. Right now, we have very normal data distribution. We have it. Okay. So these are all about descriptive statistical test. Okay. And we are going for the 15 minutes break. Time is 3:45. Okay. And we'll meet at 4 o'clock. I'm going to cover t-test, like comparison based test, relationship based test, and regression test. If somebody want to practice it, you can join with the laptop. Okay. And we are going to meet at 4 o'clock. Dear organizers, I hope you are there with me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, dear participants, we are going for a short break and we'll be back by 4 o'clock.
Some Professor Jansi saying that my audio is very low. Is it so?
No, sir. No, sir. It's completely audible.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Ah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to second session of the day. I hope you are already back. I'm sharing my screen with you all once again. So let's have overview of what we discussed as a part of the first part of the session. As a part of first session, we have discussed about brief overview of what is quantitative research, like understanding about hypothesis, different types of hypothesis, like null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, testing procedure of hypothesis, like we have discussed 5 stages, how to frame the null hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, and what is the connection with your hypothesis, like whether you are looking at the comparison, association, relationship, cause and effect relationship. So your purpose of the study decides how you're going to frame your null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Next one, we have discussed about the p-value, like we are going to conduct right now, okay, with hands-on practice. So this, I just given the overview of what is qualitative research. Then we have installed the JAMOE software. Like I didn't show you how to install it, but I have given the brief instructions. What is the procedure to conduct and install the JAMOE software? Then what is the interface of the JAMOE? How to import the data? How to enter the data manually? How to clean the data? How to recognize the levels of data? Okay, what is the importance of having knowledge about levels of data? And what are the statistical tests one can choose it? So this is what we have discussed. And lastly, we also discussed about how to prepare the single frequency table, like a frequency percentage, how to prepare the charts for the categorical data, how to prepare descriptive statistical test for quantitative data, and how to prepare the histogram, bar chart we have discussed. Okay. Now, next we are going to start with the crosstab is already there, but I'm going to discuss later on. We have discussed about histogram, like, okay, we have discussed about the box plot. Okay. Now, we are going to talk about inferential statistical test. Take any inferential statistical test, whether it's a t-test, ANOVA, correlation, regression. One of the most important data assumption or data requirement is that what are the data that you collected, the data must have distributed normality. I'm repeating again. As a part of inferential statistical test, if you want to conduct the parametrical statistical test to decide to know, come to know whether I don't know whether I can, like, let me put it like this. Am I allowed to use, am I allowed to conduct parametric statistical test, or I have to go for only non-parametric statistical test? How we can understand it? As I mentioned it, every statistical test has certain assumptions. Every statistical test has certain data requirements. But one of the most common for any type of statistical test is normality test. The data that you collected, the data must have distributed normality. What is meant by normality test? Let's take for example. When I'm talking about the normality test, I have shared one Google Drive, one video with you all. I have shared one video with you all that gives a clear explanation about how to conduct the normality test. Though it is not part of the session. Let's take for example, I have collected my data. I have collected data from around 100 respondents. Okay. Now, if I prepare the histogram, just now we have prepared the histogram, right? If I prepare the histogram, it shows how my data is distributed, how my data is distributed, normality or not. If I'm getting the bell-shaped curve, it means my mean is equal to median is equal to mode. This is the midpoint. If I'm getting the bell-shaped curve as a part of my histogram, it means my data distributed normally. Now, let me put it a simple way. Let me put it simple way. Just insert. New slide. Generally, we'll talk about our universities, institutions, placement records, right? Because in order to promote our course, we always talks about number of students got placement. For example, I want to talk about 2025, 2026 placement record of particular institution. Okay. Now, how you talk? For example, there are 100 students. 100 students, we are taking their annual package. We are taking their annual package, like the amount of annual package calculating, divided by number of students, whether it is a 10 students, 20 students, 100 students. This is the total annual package of all the students divided by number of students. Let's take, for example, to make it simple, I have 5 students. I have 5 students, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just talking about the 5 students annual package. Based on this particular 5 students annual package, I'm talking about my university is doing well, my college is doing well. We are providing best placements for my students. But if you look at this particular annual package of each student, I just want to look at each student wise. Okay. The first student is getting around 20 lakhs per annum. Very good package. Okay. Second student got around 25. And third student got around, again, 25. And the fourth student got, to make it simple, okay. Fourth student got around 20. Now, fifth student got around 5 crores or maybe 1 crore. Okay. Just imagine that 5 crore, 5 CR. Maybe because of in politics or maybe because in a cine industry or cricket industry, some industry, okay. Now, when I'm talking about the my university annual package for students, what I'll do, 20 plus 25 plus plus plus. How I'll get it? 25 plus 25, 45. 45 plus 45, 90. 90 plus 5 crores, 90 lakhs. 5 crores, 90 lakhs divided by 5 people. Just open it. Open the calculator. 590 divided by just. I'm saying that each student is getting around 1 crore. Each student is getting around 1 crore plus. Is it correct? Is the number is correct? Where is 20? Where is 5 crores? Nobody is close to 50 also. Nobody is close to 30 also, right? But just because this is an outlier, it is very deviant. It is deviant from the mean value. Just because of this outlier, what are the conclusion that you're going to give? There is a false. There is not right conclusion. There is not right figure. Okay. Because of these outliers, because of the deviant responses, it is affecting the rest of the conclusion, the findings of your study. So in generally, what we do, it is going to affect your data is not distributed normally. If you look at this particular chart here, somewhere here, if I'm putting here 20, 25, 50, 60, 5 crores. 5 crores is somewhere outside, very far away from 25 crore, 25 lakhs. Because of this outlier, it is going to affect the normality distribution of the data. It won't get the bell-shaped curve. It will get like this. Either it may get like this or it will get like this also. There are different types of bell-shaped curves. One can able to see that. It means as your data is not distributed normality, you cannot go for conducting parametric statistical test. But what is the solution? The solution is that if your data is good enough, looking at the total population, if your sample size is good, you can delete this particular outlier if it is affecting the normality distribution. There is outlier, but it is not affecting normality distribution, then you can keep it this particular data. I'm telling 2 points. My data is big. Despite my data is big, this outlier is disturbing the normality test. So what I'll do, I'll delete it. First option, I'll delete it. Delete the data. Second option, I can increase my sample size. Actually, people say other way. Increase your sample size. But at the time of data collection, sorry, at the time of data analysis and writing the report, is it feasible to go for further sample size, further increase in sample size? Increase in sample size may not be right choice for many of you or for many of us. So what you can do, if your sample size is good enough, you can delete this particular data, that particular respondent data. Though I have deviant behavior, but it is not disturbing my sample data, so I can keep it as it is. There is no point in that. Okay. So here, there are three options I have given to you. So conducting normality test is the most important aspect. Conducting normality test is the most important aspect and most important assumption of any statistical test that we have it. Okay. Now, after knowing that normality test is the most important aspect, how to conduct it? What are the different ways one can conduct it? One can conduct by simply following a descriptive statistical test like skewness and kurtosis. We have a very popular statistical test, Stereo-Wilkie test, and we also have box plot. We also have histogram. We also have normal QQ plots. Okay. So we'll see how to conduct the normality test. In order to conduct the normality test, we need to frame our hypothesis. The sample is drawn from a normally distributed population. In order to conduct the normality test, we are framing our null hypothesis. I'm saying that the sample is drawn from a normally distributed population. What are the data that I collected? There is a normal distribution. There is no deviance. Whereas my alternative hypothesis, the sample is drawn from a normally non-distributed population. Generally, when it comes to the hypothesis, we always say that our p-value should be less than 0.05. In generally, if you look at any type of statistical test, we always says that our p-value should be less than 0.05. Whereas when it comes to the normality test, if the p-value is less than the threshold, we are going to reject the null hypothesis. The sample is drawn from a normally not distributed, normally distributed. We are going to reject it. So we always expect our p-value should be greater than 0.5. Greater than 0.05. Greater than 0.05. We always expect when it comes to the normality test, our p-value should be greater than 0.05. So that is the most important aspect. And Stereo-Wilkie test is one of the popular tests for conducting the normality test. Further, we have box plot. We already conducted box plot, and we also discussed how to describe it. Like from bottom to here, it is a 25 percentile. From here to here, 25 percentile. Like this is a total 50%. This is a mid value. If there are any outliers, it will show on the top or bottom. We'll see with the hands of the data. Box plot also is going to help us see whether are there any outliers or extreme values in your data set. Okay. Let's see. First one is t-test we are going to conduct. As a part of comparison-based test, we have three types of t-test. One is one sample t-test. Second one is independent sample t-test. Third one is paid sample t-test. So we're going to discuss each statistical test, what it is, what are the data requirements, how to conduct it, how to interpret it. Okay. First one is one sample t-test. One sample t-test is a parametric statistical test. It examines whether the mean of a population is statistically different from known or hypothesis value. 1 minute. One sample t-test, the main purpose is that you're going to conduct the whether the mean of a population is statistically different from known or hypothetical value. Here, just put it. Whether the mean of a, here I'm going to type it, whether the mean of a population is statistically different from known or hypothesis value. Let's say go to the next slide. In order to conduct the data requirements, I hope it is clear. We are going to conduct the mean test. Let's say, for example, small example. The students who did studies in JNU, The students, those who did their studies in JNU, JNU is giving more number of IAS officers. JNU is giving more number of IAS officers. Okay. Now somebody says that somebody collected data, and they are saying that those who completed the studies from JNU, there is high chance of getting into IAS officers. The percentage of students, passed out students, are going to become more number of students are going to become IAS officers. This general assumption, okay, it's not nowhere it is corrected. Okay. Now JNU is a total population. JNU is a total population, and somebody collected data, and they say that on average per year, around 70 IAS officer coming. 70 IAS officer coming from JNU, roughly, hypothetically. Okay. Now, I can't collect the data from the entire JNU. I collect the data from social work department or sociology department or public administration. I'll collect the data from one particular department, a small sample. I collected data from, instead of 2000 students, I collected data from 50 people, small sample. I just want to compare this particular mean. This is population mean. This is called population mean. I'm going to compare with the sample mean. I'm going to compare with the sample mean here. What is the sample mean? Whether it's greater than 70 is or smaller than 70. Is greater than 70 or smaller than 70 here. Now, if you're going to compare between sample mean with the population mean, in that case, you're going to conduct one sample t-test. Let me put it another example here. Let me put another example. Some of you might be taking Pepsi, Coca-Cola, some soft drinks. Pepsi, Coca-Cola, some certain soft drinks we are taking on, right? And if you look at this bottles, you can find 250 millimeters, 500 or liter, 1 liter. There are different bottles. These are standards. These are the standards, standard liters. Because we don't need to test it. We don't measure it. We don't test it. We don't measure it. We don't put it on a weight. If somebody says that this is a 500 liters, 500 milliliters, that is 1 liter, 1000 milliliters and all. Okay. Without questioning, we simply buy it, we pay money and we'll come back. Let's take, for example, we are going to wholesale rice factory or wholesale rice mill. We're going to wholesale rice mill. And you want to buy 100 bags of rice, 100 kgs. Each bag is 100 kgs. And you want to buy 100 bags. Each bag is 100 kgs. And the number of units you want to buy 100. Number of units you want to buy 100. Okay. Now you are buying 100 means you are buying from the wholesaler. Maybe you want to start your hang retail business. Okay. You might be hang retail business, right? Or you might be using from long-term point of view. Whether you're going to retail business or whether you're going to use for long-term point of view, you can't simply blindly pay for 100 bags and change thinking that is 100 kgs. You want to check it randomly. At least you want to see the quality of the bag. So you might be taking 10 bags. You might be taking 10 bags. You might be taking the 10 bags and you're going to check it whether each bag is 100 kgs or not. Whether it's 98 kg, 97 kg. Because we need to trust, right? Without trusting, without getting the confidence, we can't pay huge money to the people. So here you're going to compare. As per the population mean, it is 100 kg each bag. Each bag is 100 kg. But you have taken 10 sample. You have selected 10 sample. Whether each bag is 100 kgs or less than 100 kgs or more than 100 kg. So you're going to compare with the sample mean with the population mean. So in that case, we are going to use one sample t-test. In that case, we are going to use one sample t-test. Okay. Let's come to our example here. In our data set, I have given you a data about height. We have collected data from the one prison. We have collected data from the prison, around 50 respondents. As per the Government of India report, all over India, there are just roughly, okay, All over India, there are 2,000 prisoners. 2,000 people are spending time in the prison. Okay. Average, their height is 66.5. Government of India conducted survey in the year 2025. I'm telling hypothetical. Okay. In the year 2025, they collected data from 2,000 prisoners, and average height of prisoners is 66.5. So this is the population mean. Now I'm in Gujarat. I collected data from 50 people from Sabarmati jail. Okay. I collected data from 50 people from Sabarmati jail. I just want to compare the height of the Gujarat people with the all over India people. As for the all over India, average height is 66. I just want to know whether Gujarat average height of 66 or 67, 68 or 70, what it is. So I'm going to see the difference between population mean and sample mean. Whether this particular difference is statistically significant difference or is occurred by chance or occurred by randomly happened. I just want to see the sample mean height is equal to 66.5. 66.5 is nothing but the population mean. The sample mean which we are going to test right now. Okay. So in order to conduct this particular test, in order to conduct the one sample details, we require one variable that must be continuous data. We must have a continuous data. That is either it can be ratio or it can be interval data. Scores on the test variables are independent. Means if I collected data from 50 people, I should have 50 responses. I should not manipulate the data. I should not give one respondent to the 50th respondent. I should not manipulate. Every score, every respondent have their own independent of the data. I must have collected data by using random sampling technique. I must have used collected data by random sampling technique. There is also another popular important requirement of using probability sampling technique. And most important, normality test. Most important test, normality test. How to conduct the normality test? We also need to see there should not be any outliers. So please go to Jamovie. Please open the Jamovie software. Just close this particular window. I'm opening the new fresh Jamovie. I'm just opening the Jamovie software. This time we are going to import data set 2024. This time I have given the sample data set in the Google Drive link. Sample data set 2014. So this particular file we are going to import here. Okay. Just go to three horizontal lines on the left side of the window. Just click on it. There is an option called open. Just click on the open. And I'm going to open the file. Just click on the browse. Just click on the browse. Go to the particular destination where you have saved your file. Where you have saved your file. Title of the file is sample dataset. Sample dataset 2014. Sample dataset 2014. There is select the particular file. Just click on open. Just click on open. Now you can see that there is a lot of data is missing data we have it. Okay. A lot of missing data we have it. But right now I just want to see height of the prisoners. As per our hypothesis, we are comparing our sample mean with the population mean. Population mean is 66.5. And we are going to calculate what is the sample mean. And we are going to see the difference between sample and population mean. For that, go to Jamovie. How many respondents we have here? We have here around 400 plus respondents. Let's 35 respondents we have, not 35. Okay, there is some as copied data here. As you can see that you can, if you're practicing along with me, You don't need to delete it. Just go to analyze. Just go to analyze, exploration, descriptives, descriptives. I just want to conduct the normality test. I'm not conducting the one sample t-test. Okay. So I'm collecting the variable name height. I select the variable name height. Just bring it under variables list. And you can see that there are 408 respondents. We have total number of respondents are 408. We have total 408 respondents. Average height of 408 respondents 68.5. Here, 68 is the average height of 408 respondents. Okay. Minimum height is 55. Maximum height is 84. Now, before conducting one sample t-test, I just want to conduct the normality test. For that, go to statistical test. There is an option called Sperry-Wilkie test. As you can see, there is an option called Sperry-Wilkie test. Just click on it. And we got the value. Our p-value should be greater than 0.05. Now, if you look at our result, our p-value is 0.070. It means it is greater than 0.05. Means our data distributed normally. There is a normal distribution of the data. If you look at if you remember our hypothesis for conducting normality test result, our p-value should be greater than 0.05. And our Sperry-Wilkie test shows that it is greater than 0.05. It is greater than 0.07. It is greater than 0.70. Means our data, whatever we have collected, it is having normality test. But if you want to show further, with the help of the plots, also you can able to show it. Like you can able to prepare the histogram. You can able to prepare the histogram to see that whether your data distributed normality or not. Okay. See this, are you able to get the bell-shaped curve? Let me prepare the density. With the help of I can able to understand the slope of the curve. Slope of the curve, I can able to see. Further, it also shows that there should not be any outliers in your data. There should not be any outliers. If you want to see, are there any outliers in your data? We need to see with the help of the box plot. Now here, it shows there are outliers, but it's not having any problem with the data set. Let's say, for example, there is a respondent number 391, 248, 67, 77. Their height is deviant from the mean. Just because 408 respondents as a huge large sample size is not having any kind of impact on normality test. But imagine that I'll go back to my data set. I'm going back to my data set here. With reference to the height, just look at the first respondent. It is a 62. So sorry, 72. What I will do, I'll make it 120. I'll make it 120. Okay. See this, whether it's having any kind of disturbance on normality test. First one is, we didn't get the bell-shaped curve. We didn't get the bell-shaped curve. Where is 120? There is no, see here, from here, there is no response. This 120 is very deviant. You can see the serial number 1, very deviant from the mean. It's very deviant from the here. And it is also having impact on our normality test. We got the value less than 0.001. There is a huge problem with your normality test data. We are not allowed to conduct any kind of parametric statistical test with this test. But if you go back and if I change that one, instead of 120, if I keep it 72, as it is a complete dynamic, you don't need to repeat again. 0.70, normality test, and we got it. Though there are outliers, but it's not having any impact on it. Okay. For example, if I'm going to delete 391, where is 391 respondent? Let me go to 391. I'm not able to identify in this column. ID number we have. If I'm going to delete these outliers like 67, 348, 391, further is going to improve the normality test score. It may go up to 0.1 also, 0.12 also. Okay. So this is how to conduct the normality test. Now, as we are able to show that our data distributed normality, we are allowed to conduct the one sample t-test. So in order to conduct the one sample t-test, go to analyze, click on t-test. There is an option called one sample t-test. Just click on it. The moment I click on the one sample t-test, I got the output window. Here I'm going to select height as a dependent variable list. You can see here height I have selected. And test value, what is our hypothesis? Our hypothesis was 66.5. Okay, test value. Don't forget it. Here you need to enter 66.5. That is population value. Population mean. Population mean is 66.5. Okay. Then what I want to see, why I'm conducting one sample t-test, I want to see the mean difference. I want to talk about the confidence interval. I want to talk about effect size. Here itself, I want to see the descriptive plots. Here itself, I can conduct the normality test. Here itself, I can conduct quick plot. I have shown you especially how to conduct the normality test without doing the normality test where we are conducting one sample test itself. There itself, we have options. Okay. Now, let's go one by one what it is. First one is descriptive statistics. We always have to see descriptive statistics first while while making a report. While making the report, you need to talk first about descriptive statistics. Then you talk about the result. Okay. You need to come to the conclusion as a part of your interpretation part. Okay. Now, descriptive statistics, there are total 408 participants and average height is 68. So this is the most important aspect. Average mean is 68. Now, our normality test, we are able to prove the normality test. So we are allowed to conduct the one sample test. Now look at the p-value. P-value less than 0.05. Please look at the p-value here. Our p-value is less than 0.05. So it depends on the value that you take. Whether you're taking 0.05, whether you're taking 0.01, whether you're taking less than 0.0001. So it depends on the value that you take that you're going to come up with the interpretation part. So whatever it is, it should be less than 0.05 in order to show that there is a statistically significant difference between population mean and sample mean. If it is less than 0.05, we are going to reject our null hypothesis. What was our null hypothesis? We are saying that the sample mean height is equal to population mean. We are saying that. But there is a difference of 2. How much difference we have it? 1.53 difference. If you calculate 66.5 minus 68. Sorry, 66.5 minus 68. 1.53. You can see the difference. It depends on the mean score. We can see that. Okay, 1.53. Now, the difference that you're seeing, is it occurred by chance or randomly it happened? Statistically, there is a significant difference. And for that, we are conducting one sample test. We are able to say that there is a statistically significant difference between population mean and sample mean. Okay. Population mean and sample mean, there is a statistically significant difference. We are able to see that. Okay. And we can able to conclude sample mean is not equal to population mean, and there is a difference of 1.53. Let's say how to conclude it. So you can look at this particular slide. Our hypothesis population value was 66.5 inches, 66.5 inches height, the average height of overall adult population in Gujarat state. We reject the null hypothesis that the mean height of the participants at this college is equal to hypothesis population mean inches and conclude that mean height is statistically different from 66.5. So whatever we collected data, whatever your population mean is 66.5, sample mean is 68. So there is a difference of 1.5. So the 1.5 mean difference having statistically significant difference. And that's what we are going to conclude as a part of your outcome. Next one is independent sample test. This is another popular statistical test. We can conduct it. It is a parametric statistical test. It compares means of two independent groups in order to determine whether there is a statistical evidence that the associated population means are significantly different. Let's take, for example, look at our hypothesis. I'm sure all of you might be using Instagram, right? Insta, Facebook, LinkedIn. Okay. I just want to compare between PG students within the PG first year and second year students. Or I want to compare with male and female. As compared with the male students, whether female students are using more Instagram, or I want to compare between son and kids, children and parents. Okay. So if your purpose is comparison, and in that comparison, we have only two groups like first year, second year, male, female, urban area, rural area, central university, state university. If you have two independent groups, two groups, that is independent, two independent groups, we have one categorical data like first year, second year, that is year of study, that is a categorical data. Then we have dependent variable, that is continuous data, insta minutes, like an average per day, how many minutes you are spending on social media. I just want to compare. I just am saying that there is no difference in Insta minutes between first year students and second postgraduate students. Okay. Whereas alternative hypothesis, I'm saying that there is a difference in Insta minutes between first year and students and second year postgraduate students. So in order to conduct this particular test, we need certain data requirements. First one is a dependent variable that must be continuous. Like here in this particular case, Insta minutes, like number of minutes, that is a continuous data. Second variable, independent variable, that must be categorical. It can be nominal, it can be ordinal, but only thing is it must have only two categories. Like for example, if I have ordinal data, income, low income, high income, I can go. But if I have low income, middle income, high income, I cannot go ahead with that. If you have two categories, independent sample test, if you have more than two categories, one way ANOVA. I'll talk about ANOVA later on. Okay. Cases that have values on both the independent variables, that is independent that we mentioned it, we should not misuse, we should not manipulate the data. Random sampling, normality test. There is another popular assumption, homogeneity of the variance. Here I'm seeing that the first year students and second year students, I'm seeing that there is what are the changes, what are the variance we have it in terms of their insta minutes. We are assuming that there is equal variance. There is equal variance among the groups. Okay. So we are going to conduct the homogeneity of the variance test. We are going to conduct the homogeneity of the variance test. If our p-value is going to be greater than 0.05, we are assuming that there is equal variance. But in case, if you're not able to fulfill the assumption of homogeneity of the variance test, so in that case, we are going to take the Welch test. We are going to take the Welch test. And when it comes to the effect size, I'll talk with the help of the results. Okay. Please come to the data set. Please close this particular data. Please close this particular data. Don't save it. Just open Jamovi. Just open Jamovi. This time we are going to import. Title of the file is Title of the file is coding book. Title of the file is coding book. Okay, this is the file we are going to import it. So you can see data like this. This is the data we have. We have data like this. Look at the variables. We have some Likert scale statements. Then we have gender, age, stream of the respondent like BA, BCom, BSc, BSW, educational qualifications, and ICT competency on use of technology. And we are talking about SPSS gift, knowledge score, calcium intake, fear of computers. So these are some of the variables. The most important part is that once we import the data, one has to check whether the data is coded properly or not. So as I already done this, I have already coded part. I have cleaned the data. So there is no issue in anywhere. Okay. Now, for conducting independent sample test, we require two variables. One variable is we must have two categories, like two independent groups, like male, female. Okay. Now, independent groups, gender, male, female, we have one group. And our dependent variable, our continuous variable, we have ages, we have it. We have knowledge tests, we have it. Calcium intake, we have it. Fear of computers, we have it. I just want to know, whether compared to male, females have more fear towards the computers or males have higher fear. I just want to know who's having more fear towards usage of computers and usage of statistics. Okay. I just want to conduct the test. I got the quantitative data. They score on fear towards usage of computers and statistics. We have, okay. Now, I just want to compare between male and female category. Who is having more fear, male or female? If I have one more category, like male, female, transgender, I'll go for one-way ANOVA. But if I have only two groups, I'll go for independent sample t-test. So what you have to do, first of all, we have to conduct the normality test. So I'm not showing how to conduct the normality test. We know how to do it. We have already discussed in detail. Now, how to conduct the independent sample t-test? Just click on analyze. Just click on analyze. There is an option called t-test. If you click on the t-test, you are getting the first option, independent sample t-test. Independent sample t-test. Now, what are the variables that we have? Fear of computer is a quantitative data, like dependent variable. Okay. Fear of computer is independent variable. And I'm choosing gender as a grouping variable, like independent variable. Okay. We should have only two categories. Just click on here. Fear of computer, gender. Look at our data requirements. We should have dependent variable that must be continuous data. We have selected fear of computers. Our independent variable, we must have only two categories. Like male, female, we have only two categories. Okay. What do you want to do? I want to do descriptive statistics first. There are total 50 respondents. And out of 50 respondents, 27 people belongs to male category, 23 people belongs to female category. And if you look at the fear of computers, average fear towards computers from males category is 1.51, with reference to the female 1.71. So I can see slight change, slight difference, but I want to see whether this particular difference having any statistically significant difference or not. Okay. So descriptive plots along with the statistical test, I want to conduct the plot. Like as you can see, this is a plot mean 1.51 male. This is the mean. This is the median. What are you seeing in square? This is called median. What are you seeing in circle? This is called mean. Okay. And I just want to conduct the normality test. Our p-value is less than 0.05. It means we cannot conduct one sample t-test because our p-value should be greater than 0.05, so that we'll get the clarity that yes, our data distributed normality. But in our case, our data is not distributed normality. Generally, we should not go ahead with conducting one sample t-test. So whenever you are not able to conduct one sample t-test, we have to go for non-parametric statistical test. Okay. Right now, as an example, I'm just going ahead. So just click on homogeneity of the variance. Again, our homogeneity of the variance, our p-value should be greater than 0.05. As you can see here, our p-value should be greater than 0.05, so that you are able to fulfill the assumption of homogeneity of the variance. In case if your p-value is less than 0.05, we are not satisfied, so we have to go with the Welch test. So there's alternative test, Welch test. You can see there's option called Welch test. Okay. If you're not able to fulfill the assumption of homogeneity, we have to go for the Welch test. Now come to the mean difference. Mean difference 0.20 is the difference. Confidence interval, effect size. Now, what is the p-value here? P-value is greater than 0.05. It means the difference that you're seeing between male and female is not having any statistically significant difference between fear of computers among male and female. Though there are differences, as per the descriptive statistics, as compared with the male, female have more fear towards usage of computer and statistics. As per the data, okay. As per the data, female have more fear towards computer and statistics. However, the difference that you're seeing right now, it is not having statistically significant difference. Okay. It's not having statistically significant difference we have. So this is about independent sample t-test. Now let's go to the next part. Paid sample t-test. Again, it is a parametric statistical test. It is mainly meant for when you are going to compare two situations, two incidents, two objects. Let's say, for example, I just want to compare as a part of my subject, I'm teaching social entrepreneurship and human resource management. And another subject, social work research methods. I just want to see the marks of two subjects like research methodology and social entrepreneurship. I just want to see, is there any difference between these two subjects in terms of the marks my students got it? That can be one incident. Another incident, today all of you are here thanks to all the organizing committee members. You are attending 15 days international FDP, around 60 hours, if I'm not wrong, 40 or 60 hours training program, rigorous training program. The main objective, all of you joined here, maybe you want to improve it, maybe you want to do better research, or maybe some of you want to brush up, right? So maybe whatever one or the other reason, you want to improve your classroom teaching or your research skills. Now, after just before attending this particular 60 hours course, we got some feedback from your students, what kind of research methodology that you are teaching it. Okay, what kind of research methodology that you are teaching. And you got, after the finishing the semester, you got some evaluation feedback. So you want to utilize this particular summer, and thanks to Professor Binit Raj and other organizing members, we attended this particular 60 hours. And again, next year, again, you're going to teach, maybe the next semester you're going to teach sometime. And you can see the difference, the amount of knowledge that you're gained, maybe depends on you, each one of you. Whether it's having any kind of impact on the way you are going to teach, the way you're going to handle the subject or particular concept. And it's going to have impact on your teaching pedagogy. So if you have results like pre-intervention, this particular FDP is intervention. Before the intervention, you got the feedback. After the intervention, you got the feedback. Pre-intervention, pre-test score, post-test score. So even in that case, also, one can use paid sample t-test. I'm repeating again. Whenever you have two conditions, two situations, like I just want to see my son, how many marks he got it. He's in the second standard. Okay. I just want to see his marks. How many marks he got in English, how many marks he got in Gujarati language. Okay. I just want to say the difference. Is there any difference between English and Gujarati language? Otherwise, simply, I just want to see pre-test score, pre-intervention, post-intervention test score marks. So in that case also, I can use paid sample t-test. So what are the data requirements we required? We required continuous data. We required continuous data. Like we require two situations. We require two data set, like two variables. Okay. Like pre-test, post-test, or English, Max, English, or Gujarati, something like that. Two situations. Okay. Normality distribution is common. Random sampling distribution is common. Independence of observation is common. There should not be any outliers. That is a common. Okay. What is our hypothesis? There is no difference in mean pre and post marks of teaching intervention. There is no difference in mean pre and post marks of teaching intervention. Let's go to the data set. Look at our data set. I have given you one data set, paid sample t-test, paid t-test. I have given you one sample data set, paid t-test. Okay. Just close this particular window. Again, open Jamovi. Just go to three horizontal lines, click on open, and go to the particular destination where you have saved your file. Paid t-test. Paid t-test. I'm talking about the second and third column. Okay. I'm talking about second and third column with reference to the example. There is no difference in mean pre and post marks of teaching intervention. Okay. As a faculty, I just want to evaluate my marks before and after the teaching intervention, after this attending this particular FDP. Okay. So here, now when it comes to the normality test, generally one important point is that we have to conduct the normality test only for continuous data. We cannot conduct the normality test for categorical data. Like for nominal and ordinal data, we should not conduct normality test. Only for interval ratio, that is continuous data only, we are going to conduct the normality test. Okay. Now, when it comes to the paid sample test, we are going to conduct the normality test for not pre or post. We need to conduct the normality test for the difference. How to get the difference between pre minus post? If it is small sample, you can do manually, like 18 minus 22, 4, 21 minus 25, 4. So you can do manual. But imagine that you have 200 sample or 300 sample or 500 sample. It's not easy and it's not required for us to do manually as we are going to use the software, right? There are certain data transformation techniques. Like here. I'm keeping my cursor here. Just right click here. I'm going to compute new variable. Just click on it. Type of the variable is difference. Type of the variable is difference. Okay, type of the variable is different. I just want to see difference between pre and post. Okay. Now there's a formula. We don't need to remember any formula, but you should know what we have to do. What I have to do is I have to select first pre, just double click on it, minus, double click on post, just click outside, click enter. See this, we got the difference. Whether it's a 10, whether it's a 15, whether it's a 100,000, with one button, we'll get all the numbers. For this, we have to conduct the normality test. For this, we have to conduct the outlier test, not for this and that. Okay. We need to conduct the normality test for difference value. Okay. Now, how to conduct the paid sample test? Go to analyze. T-test. There is a second option, paid sample t-test. There is a second option, paid sample t-test. Just click on it. We are getting the difference only for conducting normality test and so to see the outliers. Otherwise, there is no use for that. Okay. After that, there is no use. Okay. Now select the pre, select the post. Okay. Select the pre and post. We have selected. Now, what do you want to see? First, I need to understand descriptive statistics. There are total 20 respondents. Before the intervention, before attending this particular 15 days international FDP, your feedback was 18.4. After attending this particular FDP, your teaching intervention, like you got the feedback 20.4. Okay. So I can see there is a difference of 2. There's a difference of 2 mean difference, 2 difference is there. The difference that you're seeing, whether it's having any statistical difference or not. So I need to identify mean difference. We got the 0.2, 0.05 mean difference. Then confidence interval, effect size, descriptive plots. Okay. Just you can see that mean difference is 2.05. There is 2. Okay. And whether it's having any statistically significant difference before and after intervention, yes. Our p-value less than 0.05. I'm just giving some of the important points. Okay, I'm not discussing many of the topics. If there is any question, I'm going to answer. I'll see how we are following. Okay, but I'm just discussing some of the important points as a scholar, as a researcher, as a teacher. What all things one has to include as a part of your writing your research paper. Okay. Now our p-value is less than 0.05. It means there is a statistically significant difference between pre and post intervention. Means the kind of intervention, the kind of FDP that you attended is having impact on your teaching, your feedbacks, your performance. Okay. Now there is one important score, effect size. I didn't discuss earlier also. Now I'm discussing right now. Effect size. How to understand effect size. Now generally we are saying that I have attended FDP. I can see there is a difference, significant difference in pre and post. Now, layman cannot understand what there is a significant difference. Means basically you're saying that there is improvement in my performance, but I want to put a number. Instead of simply saying that there is a statistically significant difference, I want to put it a number, like in terms of how much improvement, how much effect it is having it. So look at this particular slide here. There is a scholar, Kohindi. He came with a concept called Kohindi. He came with a concept called effect size. Your test score is 0.2. In our test result, how much you got the score? 0.7 you got. 0.7. Don't worry about the minus because we have done pre minus post. If you do post minus pre, you'll get the plus. Okay. So don't worry about the plus and minus symbol here. Right now, read it as 0.7. Okay. Now look at this slide here. If our result is 0.2, our result is 0.7, means great effect. Even if I say a great effect, people won't understand. Small effect, they won't understand. But if I say that, if I convert into percentage, like large effect, around 79% effect is there. Out of 100%, 80% effect. Even layman can understand, okay, 80% out of 100 easily. Like if you're saying the small effect, nobody will understand it. If you say 58%, okay, 50% there is improvement in my salary hike. 50% there is an improvement in my teaching, my feedback score. So in order to convey to the reader, because at the end of the day, what are the statistics, what are the data analysis that you're going to use, the layman should be able to understand your results. Because you're going to put it in a library, you're going to publish it, people to read, people to go through your work, people should cite, people should talk about your studies. Just because you are using hi-fi language, jargon language, different kind of jargons, if you're not able to understand it, people don't look at it. After reading a couple of pages, they'll simply look at it. How much our standard publication we may have it. Are you able to communicate it to the layman point of view? Your findings. Are they able to take action based on your results? Are they able to take decisions on your results? That is the most important aspect. Okay. Effect size. So far we have discussed one sample t-test, independent sample t-test, paid sample t-test. Okay. Any questions? Is it clear so far? Dr. Lincoln living due to power failure? No. Dr. Srinivas Rao, thank you, sir. Thank you. Others, any questions? Is this flow is okay? Any changes are required? Exact. Are there any questions? Shall I go ahead? Okay. I'm just closing this particular window, this data. I'm just going to discuss about ANOVA test. I'm just opening your slide. We are going to discuss ANOVA correlation chi-square test. And if time permits, we'll also discuss regression test. Okay. What is ANOVA? As we discussed already, independent sample test is one of the most easiest method to understand what is ANOVA. In independent sample test, we discussed that if we require two independent groups like male, female groups, we require male, female groups when it comes to the independent sample test. Like for example, I'm looking at a comparison of usage of Instagram, like the difference between PG first year students and second year students. Let's say, for example, I'm differentiating between BA, BCom, BSc. I just want to compare difference between usage of social media between BCom, BSc, BBA students. I have more than two groups. I have more than two groups. Dependent variable is the same, Instagram only. But I have more than two groups. In that case, I'm going to use one-way ANOVA. That is the only difference. With reference to data requirement also, you can see there are no changes. Dependent variable is required. That must be continuous. Independent groups, there must be more than two groups. And rest everything is same, like homogeneity of the variance, normality test, random sampling, independence observation. Okay, there should not be any outliers. Okay. Now coming to the example, I have given one example data set. ANOVA, title of the file is ANOVA. All 6 role types employees performance means are equal. As a part of the sample data set, we have 4 types of employees. Those themselves they consider in terms of sexual orientation. Some of them consider as a masculine. Some of them consider as a feminine. Some of them consider as a androgynous, like those who consider as strong at feminine as well as masculine type. There is another one, sex role diffuse, neither good at feminine nor good at masculine. Okay, so we have 4 categories of employees, and the people, and we want to see depends on their sexual orientation whether it's having any kind of impact on their performance. Now, when it comes to the hypothesis, all 6 role type employees performance means are equal. Okay, whereas when it comes to the alternative hypothesis, 6 role we are considering, we are taking one, we are going to compare it. 6 role diffuse employees performance means is not equal to other. If you look at independent sample test, paid sample test, one sample test, generally we say that there is no significant difference, there is a significant difference, something like that. But when it comes to the alternative hypothesis of ANOVA, we are taking one group with the comparing with other groups. It can be sexual diffuse, or it can be masculine, it can be feminine, it can be androgenesis. We are saying that performance means is not equal to other groups. Okay. Now, just open the data set. Please open the data set. I have already given the title of the file is ANOVA. Okay. Those who are trying to, don't try to open this file, ANOVA. You have to open this file with help of JOMOV only, because this is SPSS file. Whatever the file I have given you, that is SPSS file. But that, though you don't have SPSS, but you can open that particular file with the help of JAWMovie. Please open JAWMovie first. Please open the JAWMovie first. Go to three horizontal lines. Click on open. Wherever you have saved the file that I given to you, ANOVA, name of the file is ANOVA. For me, you are seeing here because I was practicing before coming to the session. Okay. Maybe it was my previous training program. ANOVA here. I can able to open. I hope you are there with me. We have around 98 respondents. We have around 98 respondents. We have two variables. One is sexual type. Second one is performance. I just want to know whether somebody considers themselves as masculine or feminine or androgenesis or sexual diffuse, whether it's having any kind of impact on their performance. What is their performance score? Okay. Now, just go to analyze. We have big ANOVA family. I must have the slide. I'll show you this. That is not here. The slide is not here. We have big ANOVA family. When to use ANOVA, when to use ANCOVA, when to use MANCOVA. There are different types of tests. We have it. Okay. Now we have to conduct the ANOVA test. Just click on ANOVA. The moment I selected ANOVA, I got the results like this. Performance is a dependent variable. Performance is a dependent variable. Sexual diffuse as a fixed factors. Okay. Now, just come to the model. Just 1 minute. There is a one-way ANOVA. Please look at here. There is a one-way ANOVA. Just click on one-way ANOVA. Sorry for the mistake. In ANOVA, we are conducting one-way ANOVA, one-way analysis. Okay, just click on one-way ANOVA. Performance is a dependent variable. Sexual type is a grouping variable. Okay. Performance is a dependent variable. Grouping variable is sexual type. Okay. Now, first we need to understand descriptives. So there are how many respondents we have? Let me get the total score. We got around total number of respondents. Let's see descriptive statistics. Total 198 respondents, we have it. Okay. Total 198 respondent, we have it. Go to analysis. ANOVA, one-way ANOVA. Performance is a dependent variable. Sexual type is a grouping variable. Descriptive table. Out of 198 respondents, 24 people belongs to sexual diffuse. 51 people belongs to masculine type. 42 people belongs to feminine type. 81 people belongs to androgenesis. This is in terms of frequency. Like out of 200, 198 respondents, this is the distribution of the different categories of employees. But what we are seeing, we are looking at the performance. Looking at the performance mean the people belongs to consider the people, those who consider themselves neither good at feminine or nor masculine, their performance is 3.83. Masculine type 5.73. Feminine type 6.60. And the people who consider themselves good at both masculine as feminine, their performance is 7.17. So by looking at this particular result, I can see that the people belongs to fourth category. Their performance is high as compared with any other category. Similarly, the people belongs to sexual diffuse, their performance is low as compared with any other category. Now, I just want to know the kind of comparison that we have it. With the help of the ANOVA test, we are able to compare between the groups, within the groups. Like, I'm able to compare between sexual diffuse versus masculine, sexual diffuse versus feminine, sexual diffuse versus androgenesis. That is, I'm comparing between the groups. I can also compare within the sexual diffuse. Also, I can able to see within masculine type, within feminine type. That is also possible to conduct the test. Okay. Now, descriptive plots. With the help of the plots, you see, like you can see the mean androgenesis is high based on score 7.17. Normality test for the performance, we need to see individually because it's taking the both variables. Performance is there. Performance, our p-value should be greater than 0.05. So our data is not distributed normality. Okay. We are looking at the homogeneity of the variance. Means we are assuming that among all the groups, there is equal variance. Our p-value should be greater than 0.05. Now we look at the p-value. Our value is 0.057. Means it is just above 0.5. Means we are able to fulfill the assumption of homogeneity of the variance. Okay. Now go to results. We got the ANOVA results. You can see the ANOVA test results here. Our p-value is less than 0.05. It means there is a significant difference between the groups. There is a significant difference between the groups. Our p-value less than 0.05. It means there is a significant difference between the groups. And what kind of difference we have it? If I want to understand it, I need to conduct the post hoc analysis test. Like in our case, our equal variance is assumed. So I'll go with the two-key test. In case if equal variance is not assumed, I'll go with the Games-Howell test. In our case, equal variance is assumed as our p-value is greater than 0.05. I'll go with the two-key test results. Okay. Then I just want to see test results, flag significant comparisons. Now here I'm comparing between sexual diffuse versus masculine. See here, masculine versus. Now here, just simple example. Simple example here. Sexual diffuse score, how much it is? 3.83. Okay. Minus masculine type, how much it is? 5.73. 5.73. How much you got it? Sorry, there's results. 3.83 minus 5.73 minus 1.9. We got it. Okay. If I'm comparing between these two groups, minus 1.89, it is a 1.9. You are able to see the difference. I'm just comparing with the sexual diffuse versus masculine, sexual diffuse versus feminine, sexual diffuse versus androgenesis. Now, further, I also wanted to see whether the difference that you're seeing, whether it's having statistically significant difference, whether you're having any statistically significant difference, the difference that you're seeing. Look at the p-value. There is a significant difference, or p-value is greater than 0.05. Means slight difference is there, but they're not statistically significant difference. Okay. But look at here. Sexual diffuse versus feminine, it is less than 0.05, 0.003. There is a statistically significant difference between sexual diffuse versus feminine type. If you compare sexual diffuse versus androgenesis, it is less than 0.001. Means there is a statistically significant difference between sexual diffuse versus androgenesis. Similarly, you can able to see the same comparison, masculine versus feminine. There is no difference. Why? The score is very less. The difference is very less. 5.73 minus 6.60. Though there is a around 9.90 difference somewhere, 0.90, 0.10, but is not having statistically significant difference. Masculine versus feminine, there is no statistically significant difference. But if you look at masculine versus androgenesis, It is a statistically significant difference we have. Now look at here, feminine versus androgenesis. P-values greater than 0.05 means there is no statistically significant difference between feminine and androgenesis. Why it is? Because it is 6.60, it is 7.10. Though there is hardly 0.50 difference, but it is not having statistically significant difference between the groups. Okay, so one can able to understand how this test is going to be helpful to understand uh, when you are comparing more than two groups. When you are comparing more than two groups, ANOVA is a right choice for conducting statistical test. Okay, so this is all about ANOVA. Next one, we have chi-square test. Within a chi-square test, we have two categories. Generally, we use chi-square test whenever we have categorical data. Whenever we have categorical data, we are going to use chi-square test. Like there are two types of test: chi-square goodness of fit test, chi-square test of independence. What it is, how to do it. Test of independence means whenever you have two categorical data, like for example, in my case, I'm just looking at the two variables, gender and ICT competencies. I just want to know whether gender is having is there any association between gender and ICT competency. I have two categorical data, gender, male, female, and ICT competency. I have low ICT, medium ICT, high ICT competency. So here we don't have any kind of continuous data. So whenever we have two categorical data, we'll go for chi-square test of independence. Our alternative hypothesis, respondent gender is associated with ICT competencies. Okay. Now, what are the data requirements? Two categorical variables. Okay. And each category should have two or more groups. Like it can be like a 2 into 3 table, or it can be 3 into 2 table. Okay. And independence of observation is a common. Most important part when it comes to conducting chi-square test is that you are having the table. Your table should have at least 80% of the cells should have expected frequency count minimum 5. And when it comes to the, for example, I have gender, male, female. I collected data from 50 people. If I say that female group 45 respondents and male group 5 respondents, that is not the right choice for conducting chi-square test because minimum 10 respondent should be there in each group. Because otherwise what happens is most of the cells, you are going to have zeros. In that case, you are not going to have your frequency minimum 5. Okay. So you are, and minimum total sample should be there minimum 50 if you want to conduct the chi-square test. Okay. Now, please open your data set this time. You can open the same data set, that is coding book. Coding book is the data set. What do? You can, you don't need to, if you want to close it, you can close it. Just open Jamovi. Just open the file, coding book. We already opened around 10-15 minutes back. Title of the file is coding book. Just click on open coding book and look at the data we have here. We have two variables, gender and we have ICT competency. In ICT competency, in gender, we have male, female, two categories. In ICT competency, we have low, average, and high, two categories. Like it is 2 into 3 table. Okay, it is a 2 into 3 table. It is a cross tabulation. Okay. Now I just want to conduct the chi-square test. I just want to see association. Okay. So in order to conduct the chi-square test, go to analyze. Go to analyze. There is option called frequencies. There is option called frequencies. Here we have independent samples. Y-square test of association. Y-square test of association. Just click on it. Y-square test of association. And you can choose randomly, row wise, column wise. There's no like there's no limit. I mean, there's no restriction that you have to choose gender row wise, column row wise. But it's always preferred that columns, if you have, for example, number of variables are high, in general cross tabulation, you should always take column wise. Whichever we have less columns, then you have to take row wise. Like gender, I'm going to take row wise, and ICT competencies, I'll take column wise. Okay, this one. Then you can see that this is, we have total 50 respondents. Out of 50, 27 people belongs to male category, 23 people belongs to female category. And you can also see that 31 people have low ICT competency, 9 people have average ICT competency, and 10 people have high ITC competency. You can also prepare the percentages, frequency, along with the frequencies. Next one, we will go to the chi-square test. By default, it is already selected. So we already got the test score, chi-square test. Okay. Our p-value is greater than 0.05. Our p-value is greater than 0.05. It means there is no association between gender. There is no association between male and female. If you look at the difference, like out of 31, 15 people have low ICT. They are belongs to male. 16 people have ICT. Only one number is high. Similarly here, 4, 5. Here, 7, 3. Though there are differences, in some cases, male have high ICT. In some place, female have ICT. But when it comes to the statistically significant, no, they don't have any significant association between gender, like male and female. We don't have any association between male and female. Okay. There is an option called pi and karmas. Generally in SPSS, if you have 2 into 3 table, 2 into 2. Let's take, for example, here. Let me copy. If I remove this high, this is called 2 into 2 table. If I remove this column high, because gender we have male, female, ICT competency we have 2 categories, low and low and average. This is called 2 into 2 table. Otherwise, if I am going to include high also, it is called 2 into 3 table. So in chi-square test, there is a possibility of having 2 into 3 table, 3 into 2 table, 3 into 3 table also. Okay. Now, when it comes to the SPSS, if you are using 2 into 2, so these are the 4 possible types. Sorry. If you are having either 2 into 2, 2 into 3, right? This is 1, 2 into 3. If you are having 2 into 2, we are going to use pi values. There's an option called pi value. If you're having either 2 into 3 or 3 into 2, we are going to use Karmas value. Whenever you get the result statistically significant difference, we are going to talk about pi and Karmas value. But the only thing is, when it comes to Jamovi, we don't have any test results. You can see. Only we need to quote what is pi and Karmas value. Somebody can ask what is pi and Karmas value. I discussed about Kohindi effect size. In the similar line, this is pi and Karmas effect size. So we're talking about if it is less than 0.2, small effect. If it is less than 0.5, medium effect. If it is 0.8, large effect. In the similar line, this when it comes to chi-square test association, we are talking from the layman point of view. Okay, that is an example of what it is. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you so much. So this is all about chi-square test of association. Now, in this particular chi-square test of association, I have 2 categories, right? Gender and ICT. But I have only one variable. Let's say, for example, I go to data. I have one variable. let me change the name. If Professor Binit sir don't mind it. The people those who attended 15 days FDP gift. The people, all of you are attending the gift, and sir wanted to give you some gift for all of you, those who register for this particular program. Or you want to take randomly 550 people. We have got the 50 sample, right? So out of 200 people, sir is selecting 50 people and giving you all the 50 people choice, what kind of gift that you want to have it. So as an organizer, they have three choices. One is quick fill software. Second one is pen drive. Third one is earphones, headphones. Okay. Third one is headphones. So Professor Binit sir is giving for 50 people, by randomly he selected 50 people, and he is expecting that there is going to be equal chance of selection. Like he is assuming that, let's take for example, go to analyze frequencies, goodness of fit test. Goodness of fit test. Just click on it. Here, my variable is FDP gift. My variable is FDP gift. Expected outcomes. Actually, if you look at the people, I'm expecting out of 50 people, 14 people are going to, around 15 people are going to opt for quick fill, 15 people, because there are 4 to 5 people, they didn't responded. There is some missing data. Around 4 to 5 people, they didn't answer. That's why it is coming 15, 15, 15. Sir is assuming that 15 people are going to opt for quick fill, 15 people are going to opt for pen drive, 15 people are going to opt for headphones. So this is expected frequency. But actually, in reality, what happened? In reality, if you look at here, out of 50 people, 27 people opted. Around nearly 61% of the people opted for quick fill software. 29% of the people opted for pen drive. 0.09% means not even hardly 10% of the people opted for headphones. Okay. Now this is depends on the data. Okay. Now I just want to know whether there is any difference between the choice of selection between the expected frequency and observed frequency. Just look at here. We are assuming 33%, 33%, 33%. That is expected frequency. But actual reality, what has happened? One can see the difference between expected and observed frequency. And what are seeing the difference between expected and observed? Is it having statistically significant difference? Yes. Our p-value less than 0.05. It means there is a statistically significant difference between observed frequency and expected frequency. Okay. So you can also say that there are 61% of people opted for quick fill and very negligible number, very less number of people opted for headphones. Okay. I think instead of headphones, we should write earphones. I don't know, headphones people will opt generally more. Sorry. So this is all about how to conduct the chi-square test. There are two types of chi-square tests we had. And lastly, we have correlation test. The main objective of conducting correlation is to see the strength and direction of relationship between two quantitative variables, like your annual income and your annual expenses. And all of you, some of you might be saying, I'm sure majority of us are waiting for salary. Today is 23rd, right? Now, I just want to know, and moreover, this is a May month, we're all waiting for increment. If annual income increases, whether it's having any kind of, whether is having any relation, I'm not saying impact. Please remember the choice of the words. I'm not using the impact. I just want to see, is there any relationship between annual income and an annual expenses? Is there any relationship between IQ score and your CGP? Is there any relationship between buying bread packet and what is that? Eggs. Okay. Now, I just want to see relationship between two quantitative variables. There are three types of possible relationships. Here, as a part of the correlation test, I'm seeing the strength and direction. One is the direction. Second one is strength. Direction means there are three types of directions. One is positive correlation. Second one is negative correlation. Third one is no relation. We have to conduct, you are able to, you can only conduct the test whenever you have either positive or negative correlation. Like either if one variable increases, other variable also increasing. It is called positive correlation. If one variable increases, other variable decrease. This is called negative correlation. But there is also situation neither increasing nor decrease. Means there is no linear relationship. There should be linear relationship if you want to conduct the correlation test. If there is a linear relationship, you can go ahead with conducting Pearson correlation test. Okay. Direction, strength of the relationship, I'll talk about it with the help of the results. What are the assumptions? There should be linear relationship, like either one variable increases, other variable increasing or decreasing. Okay. We need only continuous data, like either interval or ratio data. Independence of observation is the same. And normality test, we have to conduct the normality test for both the quantitative variables. Now, coming to the test results. Here, as I'm going to talk about regression test also, same sample data set I'll use. There is no correlation between knowledge test score, knowledge test score, knowledge test score, and calcium intake. Calcium intake. Okay, knowledge test score. For example, this is the research methodology course. Okay, don't take it other way. Just imagine that our organizers are conducting the training program in the summer about diet, what kind of calcium you have to take, what kind of fruits you have to take it. And all of you, we are all attending this particular program, 15 days program. Okay. After end of this particular program, and the organizers are going to conduct the test for 50 marks. That is called knowledge test score. That is called knowledge test score. We have attended 15 days training program, and we are going to write the test. And exam for 50 marks. Some of us, for example, I got around 10 marks. Some of you got around 48 marks, 30 marks, 20 marks. There are different types of marks. I just want to know the people, those who have knowledge, like high knowledge or low knowledge, whether it is having any kind of impact on their calcium intake, like number of milligrams per day. Number of milligrams per day. I just want to check it out. Calcium intake, knowledge test score, and calcium intake. Now, as a part of null hypothesis, there is no correlation between knowledge test score and calcium intake. Now, same data set, please come to the data. We have two variables, knowledge test score, calcium intake. Okay. There are people, those who got 10 marks. There are people who got 48 marks. There are people who has taken taking 450 milligrams per day. There are people taking 1050 milligrams per day also. Okay. You can see that. Okay. Now I just want to see whether if knowledge test score increases, whether calcium intake is increasing or decreasing. I just want to see relationship. So for that, am I audible to all of you? It's showing here. Am I audible to all of you? Yes. Okay. Okay. Why it is suddenly and now, in order to conduct the correlation test, we need to fulfill linearity relationship, first and foremost thing, very important part, and normality test and data requirement. Okay. Now go to, in order to see whether we have linear relationship or not, we need to take the help of scatter plot. If you go to analyze, go to exploration, there is option called scatter plot. Just click on it. Just select the variables. As a part of the correlation, I'm not looking at independent, dependent variables. Only as a part of regression test, we'll talk about independent and dependent variables. In correlation test, we don't see which is independent, which is dependent, because we're not seeing cause and effect. We are seeing only relationship. So knowledge test score and calcium intake. Okay. Now I got this particular scatter plot. For the first time, I'm preparing it. I don't know how to read, how to interpret it. You can take the help of linear. There's an option called linear here. The moment I kept it here, I got one diagonal line. If let me copy it, put it in a Word document. I'm going to use the same data for the regression, so we can complete it before the session ends. Okay. Now, how to read, how to interpret this particular scatter plot? There are people who got 10 marks. There are people who got around 48 marks. Right? There are people who got 10 marks. This is not slides. See here, there are people who got 10 marks, and we also have people, those who got 48 marks, somewhere close to 50. Okay. And the point is that the people, their score is high. For example, roughly if you take those who got around, those are taking around 600 milligrams per day on average. Those are taking 600 milligrams for average. Most of their marks are above 18, above 18 or 17 or 16. Okay. Let's take, for example, let me talk about it here. Those who are getting, like, for example, around 750, above 750 milligrams per intake. Those who are taking 700 milligrams intake. None of them got less than 28 marks. Means if knowledge test score increases, the calcium intake is also increasing it. If knowledge test score increases, calcium intake is increasing it. Let me put it other way. The people, those who got less than 30 marks, nobody got above 800. I think there is one or two. There are one or two people are there. Those who got, let's see, there is one more option, 40. But on average, if you see, if knowledge test score increases, calcium intake is increasing. It means there is a linear relationship between both the quantitative variables. Like if one variable increases, other variable also increasing it. That is clear. Now we are able to fulfill the assumption of linearity relationship. Next one, go to analyze. Just click on regression. There is option called correlation matrix. There is option called correlation matrix. Just click on it. Now, what are the variables? I'm selecting knowledge test score, calcium intake. I just want to see report significant results, flag significant results, number, confidence interval. Now see here, our value is less than 0.05. That is less than 0.001. It means there is a significant relationship between knowledge test score and calcium intake. Second one, the purpose of the correlation test is not only talk about the direction of the relationship, strength of the relationship. What is the strength? We know that there is a positive relationship, but is it medium positive, higher positive, or negligible positive? Take this particular table. Look at this particular table. Our score is, what is our score? 0.89, almost 90 actually, but just roughly like 0.89. It means very high positive correlation because we got the plus symbol, very high positive correlation. But imagine that you are getting minus, then it's called very high negative correlation. So this is the strength of the relationship. If somebody got between 0.3 to 0.5, it means low positive correlation. If it is minus, low negative correlation. And if somebody is getting around 0.9 to 91, we always expect our value should be close to 1 because we want to have very high positive correlation. Okay. If you look at our p-value or look at our hypothesis, we are saying that our value should be close to 0. Null hypothesis. Now we are going to reject the null hypothesis saying that there is a very high positive correlation between knowledge test score and calcium intake. Okay. So this is all about Pearson correlation test. With the same data set, I have to go for question answers. Just last one. With the same data set, I'm going to talk about regression test. In order to conduct the regression, we need to have two continuous data. Like within regression, there are big families we have, like simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, ordinal logistic regression, binary logistic regression, binomial logistic regression. So it depends on the type of the variables that you have it. You can able to go for type of the regression test. Simple linear regression means we have one independent variable, one dependent variable. Multiple linear relationship means one dependent variable more than one independent variables. Okay. Now let me go with the linear regression. But that also linear relationship is very important. Here we need to identify which is independent, which is dependent. Calcium intake is a dependent variable. Knowledge test score is a independent variable. Okay. Now, just to put it simple, I just want to see normality test. I want to see model fit. I just want to see this. So now what is talking here? Just like it is an advanced version of correlation test. If you look at the correlation test score, we got how much you got it? 0.89. We are seeing the relationship between knowledge test score and correlation, R square. But specialty of the regression test is that we are going to talk about R square. R square means we are talking about cause and effect relationship. As a researcher, I'm saying that those who attended my training program, like diet, those who got the knowledge test score influencing my respondents' calcium intake. Out of 100%, 80%, whatever changes are happening in my respondents are due to the knowledge test score or the kind of program they attended. So thanks to the organizers, just because of their training program, just because of their marks they got it, the knowledge test score is influencing the calcium intake. 80% means there is remaining 20%. There are other factors are influencing. Maybe because of family background, maybe because the family other members are influencing, maybe because of their health background, education background. There are so many other factors. Their socio-economic backgrounds, economic conditions might be influencing it. Despite knowing that what kind of calcium intake is the right choice for me, I'm not able to opt for some good proper diet. Maybe because of economic conditions, maybe because of not have access to resources. So there are 20% of the explanation you don't know. Maybe you need to go for other model. You need to go for further study to include one more independent variable. Right now, 80% of changes happening in your data due to calcium intake. Knowledge test score. Okay, and p-value is less than 0.05. Most important part is that when knowledge test score is when knowledge test score is zero, for example, we conducted test for 50 marks. Imagine that one person got 0 marks. That particular person got 0 marks. If 1 unit of knowledge, for example, instead of 0, I got 1 mark. For 1 mark, calcium intake is 14.4%. 14.4 milligrams intake is increasing it. Let's take, for example, here. I didn't draw the slide here. I'm saying that knowledge test score is 0. When knowledge test score, somebody is having 0, we don't know what is the calcium intake. But one person got knowledge test score 1. Means if the person who has got 1 marks, his calcium intake is 14.4. Means I got 30 marks. If 1 unit of knowledge test score increases, like 31, it becomes 31. I can estimate, I can forecast how much knowledge test score, how much calcium intake is going to increase. Generally, we use it regression test as a part of HR predictions or analytical predictions in general to forecast. If somebody got 1 unit of knowledge test score increases, how many units of calcium intake is going to increase? If I'm going to promote 10% of the people, how much turnover, how much financial burden we are going to have it, right? It depends on, so you can able to predict based on the number. So this particular test is the most important aspect. When knowledge test score increases 1 unit, 14.4% calcium intake is going to increase. If it is 2, like for example here, 356, like for example here, 356 is a calcium intake. Intercept, that is a basic intercept, okay? And somebody got around 30. Okay, somebody got 30 marks. Now some one other person got 31 marks. What is the difference between 30 the person got 30 and 31 marks? 14.4, right? Now calculate it here. The person who got 30 marks, you are going to add 1 unit and you're going to predict saying that how it's going to influence the calcium intake. Let me show you the slide here. See here, somebody got knowledge test score. It is estimate calcium intake is irrespective of their marks, 373 is the common for all 50 people. Okay, but 1 unit change in knowledge test score leads to 14.4% is going to add it. 1 unit is equal to 14.4%, right? In that case, 30 into 31 into 14.4%, you are going to calculate it. In that case, how many units of knowledge the score is going to increase? That is the way you are going to predict your uh, results and you are going to present your answers. So this is all about what is some of the statistical tests as a part of Jamovi. One can use it. Very friendly software, very easy software. It's not very complicated. So think of learning it. I mean, some of you are interested. Is really, and you don't need to buy it. You don't need to buy this particular software. It is freely downloadable. Okay. Now, session is open for question and answer sessions. So there is a question from Harani. How do we handle outliers in secondary data like financial statements? Because it actual data, right? Won't it impact our result as we are removing the data of a particular year? See, problem is that if you're not able to complete parametric statistics, you can also go for non-parametric statistical test. Okay, but the only thing is outliers, if they are going to influence your data, what is the point of conducting the study? Because your conclusions are not going to be reliable. The point is that whether you want to have reliable findings, you alter the findings that you want to present it. The question comes, what is the reliability that you're looking for? What is the validity of your results that you're looking for it? Second one, if you say that I don't mind having outliers, then you can go for non-parametric statistical test. Okay. So that is a completely different portion. Okay. We have options. I covered only parametric statistical test. We also have non-parametric, for example, correlation. We discussed about Pearson correlation. When I talk about non-parametric statistical test, Spearman correlation test. Similarly, when you talk about the t-test, we also have other statistical tests, Mann-Whitney test. Okay, so there are so many other statistical tests we have it as a part of non-parametric. You can check this particular video. You may find one or two statistical tests. I have already shared, I think, YouTube link. My YouTube link I have already shared. Maybe you can find. I'll share it once again here. It is a detailed video. You can find correlation. You can find other statistical tests as well. Thank you all. Thank you all for your comments. Yes. Any other questions? This is my social network. I'll be like to touch with you all. You can contact me. I can contact you all. Any questions, please? Still we have around 8 to 7 minutes time. Tomorrow, I'm going to deal with the Max Studio software once again. We're going to have 1 hour theoretical understanding of mixing method research, different types of mixing methods. Then I'll start with data visualization tools, how to visualize your data that you have done the coding part.
For our resource person. So hope you enjoyed the today's session as well as yesterday's session. We have one more session. We have one more day with 2 sessions with sir. Tomorrow we have a FDP. Tomorrow, Sunday. So don't think that you have holiday. No, there is no leave. We are continuously having the FDP for the 15 days. So tomorrow also we'll be having our class. So kindly please be on time. We will be starting the session by 2 o'clock and end by 6 o'clock. Thank you so much. Ending the meeting
Thank you,
for
sir.
all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you all.